We are here for the EFRA 112th Euros 2024 in Messina. It's the northeast coast of Sicily. I'd like to thank our event sponsors, ToniSport, Schumacher, Lens Bodies, Zen Racing, RCXX Shop, Montec and Hobbywing for helping us to bring you this coverage. So like we said, we've just seen the tail end of free practice 2, going into controlled practice now. So we've got one round of controlled practice, then we have a lunch break coming up, then another round of controlled practice, a bit of a reseed whilst the opening ceremony goes on, and we'll be in then to the final, or the first round of qualifying, which is our final round of track action for the day. As you can see there on screen, Jan Ratajski looking very quick in modified, or the 6.5 turn blinky class, over 3 laps. And Jan's car looking probably the safest. You can see down towards the end of the main straight, a little bit bumpy there. His car looks the best coming in off the end of the main straight, as far as we can see. So looking pretty decent there for Jan. Just about to see heat number 1 of the stock class going out there, first of 5 heats. So welcome to you if you are just joining us. If you've found it for the first time, you can see all of the RCTV action, whether it's on YouTube, make sure you subscribe, or Facebook. Cars just starting to get themselves sorted out on the track, out on the circuit. Other action going on RCTV this weekend as well. We're going to see the H2GP coverage going on later today. That's the hydrogen-powered RC action. That's coming from California. So pretty cool. So all the RCTV merch on show all around the world this weekend. So, absolutely. Well, I mean, it's fairly warm here anyway, isn't it? Not. Drivers getting set to be released out onto the circuit then. Werner Spanbrucker, Christian Geyer, Lucas Neiderer, Michael Laws, Tim Pansters, Lucas Larson, Antonio de Bourguaco, Gianfranco Di Giovanni, and Alex D'Angelo. Couple of cameras around the circuit this weekend. So we've got the moving camera on a platform that's probably going to elevate any moment now. The car's circulating at the moment, just on warm-up laps. Yep, that's over to the right-hand side of the driver's rostrum. So you got a very quick sort of right-left flick. Anti-clockwise circuit here this weekend. Cars look like they are away and counting. The platform is lifting. Just getting ourselves in position so that we can see what's going on. Looks like Werner Spanbrucker out into an early lead from Michael Laws, so it's car number 1 from car number 4.
Okay, so he can hear you now, so we can talk to him.
Let's try and pick up car number 1. As they come past, you can see... Yeah, I think just about to come out onto the main straight. I believe that is car 1. He's certainly moving fairly rapidly compared to most. Here we go. So this is Werner Spanbrucker, our leader. Just hops a little bit over the chicane there. So pushing slightly wide on corner exit, but down the end of the main straight. Turns in quite nicely. It's a little bit bumpy down there, but he's managing to carve his way through the traffic pretty well. Who else have we got out there going quite fast? We've got Michael Laws. Looks like he's doing pretty well out there. He is the sort of Golf liveried car. He's just on the main straight now. So the kind of sky blue and orange coloured car. There we go. That was a couple of cars ahead of us in shot. So just watching them come through now. And Werner is closing in on the rear of him. So let's just run with Michael for a couple of laps. He just flicks it through that chicane. This is the 3rd time he's been out on track this weekend. As Werner closes in on him.
So we do have a question from Facebook from Chase Mackman. Saying, morning, James. Is seated practice first? Maybe just run through. You may have already while I was off. But you may have already run through the schedule.
So, yeah, we are in, this is like seeding practice now, effectively. So we've had 2 rounds of free practice, let everybody get their eye in. We've now got seeding practice. So after these next two rounds, we're going to have a resort going into the last round of the day, which will be the first round of qualifying. So people will be going home tonight, sort of knowing roughly where they are in the pecking order and how things are playing out. Starting to play out. We're still running with Werner Spanbrucker at the minute. The yellow and white coloured car looked pretty decent all the way through practice. It's off the end of the main straight is proving to be the biggest challenge. Certainly over 8 minutes seems to be the biggest difficulty, keeping hold of traction later on in the run. Really easy to ask too much of your tyres sort of later on in the course of the run, start running out of rear traction. Werner looking pretty good. Lucas Larson with the 6 car is running in 2nd position at the moment. Let's see if we can spot Lucas. Just having a look for the 6 car.
While we're looking for him, we'd like to say hello to ToniSport. ToniSport watching us on the RC Racing TV YouTube. So thank you very much, ToniSport, everyone at ToniSport. Tony himself, Uwe, Mark, of course, Patrick, and everybody there who's been such a great help for us with the ETS coverage. But Tony, our title sponsorship, ToniSport is our title sponsor for the weekend. So we want to thank them again for helping us bring you this coverage live from Sicily. And we also have Dave Spashett from Zen Racing, Mr. Zen Racing himself, the Zen Master, watching live. Thank you very much, Dave, for chiming in, saying hello. So hope everything is as sunny as it is here in Sicily. But I don't think it will be.
Probably not, no.
Shorts and T-shirt weather here already. So.
Yeah, obviously Eastbourne, that's where we were last year for this meeting last year. Looking for Lucas Larson. He is the all-blue coloured car. He's just coming out onto the main straight now. So that is the second place car that if we can run with him for a little bit. There is a car out there that's circulating. It's a slightly ill-advised colour, really, for racing on carpet. It's a sort of graphite-y grey, perfectly camouflaged car.
The only way it could be a worse colour is if it was just a darker grey.
I don't know. At least he's running white wheels. I mean, black wheels would just probably finish us off.
Yeah. Maybe he's racing on hard mode.
Yeah, perhaps. It kind of looks like one of the ghost cars. He hasn't unlocked it yet. It's unlockable AI out there.
I can't even see the number on it. He might not be running a number. Maybe it's like fully hidden. It's like no bright stickers at all.
Not very bright at all. It certainly doesn't help matters, but we're watching Lucas Larson at the moment. He's catching up to the back of Michael Laws. Michael gets out of the way of him quite nicely. Let's just watch down here off the end of the straight. Rides over those few bumps fairly nicely. Cuts back underneath some traffic through the chicane.
Ollie Boltnick saying hello and good luck, guys. I'm assuming to the Automatics team. Quite a large number of them here.
Absolutely, yes. Yeah, there's a decent chunk of them. They'll be appearing later. The top heat of stock is fairly well populated with them. So looking pretty decent for those guys. So yeah, no doubt Ollie will be keeping an eye out on that, and obviously Chris Bultink is about here as well.
Yeah,
floating about,
making himself very, very well known to the racers. He's at all of these meetings, isn't he? As well as the touring car.
Yes, absolutely. So
and we'll be at, I believe, his home track later in the year. You and me both, actually, James.
At the touring car Euros.
Yeah.
Is that Rosselaire?
Yes,
Yeah.
in Belgium.
Yes.
So looking forward to some waffles and some beer, and what else?
There's plenty of waffling going on this weekend already, Frank.
Yes, for sure.
Jonah
Watkins is asking fastest 3 laps ? So I believe that for this next 2 rounds.
Yes. So the running order that you're seeing might look a little bit funky. You can see the sort of 34.5. 34.9.
Yeah, that's the total of the 3 laps.
Yeah,
isn't it?
that's 3 consecutive laps. So this doesn't necessarily reflect the running order over 8 minutes, although the guys that are quick over 3 laps are also fairly quick over 8 minutes as well. Ollie Boltink says he's actually at the track at the moment, so that's pretty good to see.
Make sure it's nicely stocked with some, as we said, waffles and beer.
Car's just being called to the finish for this heat, and an airborne moment.
That was that grey car. He actually cut the track. Well, cut the track backwards. If you're going to cut the track, cut it forwards at least.
Jump it the right way.
Yeah.
Werner Spanbrucker taking that one over 3 laps. Then he'll be looking to seed himself up into a higher heat later on. So we've got 5 heats of the stock class. We've also then got a couple of heats of the LC Racing 1/14th support class running out on the track.
Yeah, that's an interesting one. It's so for those of you curious about that, it's basically just a local import brand, I believe. Just to kind of help add some numbers to the racers here, and it's 4-wheel drive touring car, 14th scale. Just running literally out of the box as just sort of a little fun class. So there's a few racers signed up for that.
Yeah, a few juniors in there as well.
Yeah, Martin Hoody's son, I don't know, is it Max?
Philip.
Oh, yes.
He's
I just assume everyone's kid nowadays is named Max. It's like a few years ago, everyone was named Jensen. But yes, so yeah, there's we won't be. Don't worry. Don't worry. We won't be following that class on track. We'll kind of take a little break for that, but we will show the racing action at least, so you can follow along. But we'll use that to opportunity to go talk to some racers and find out the stories between the mod and the spec heats.
Second heat of spec about to go. Who have we got? We've got Ole Bryn, Marcus Andreasen, Tom Adams, Jan Dietmar, Freddie Parker, Alessandro Calarese, Mario Neri, Tim Janssen, and Alexander Anderson. So Anderson and Andreasen in this one. So that will.
Good luck, James.
That will keep us occupied, keep us nice and busy. Cars having been cooled off already. So we've got the green and white car of Thomas Ole Bryn. Timing hasn't started yet by the looks of things, so they're going to be just doing a few warm-up laps.
Yeah, just started now.
Oh, yeah, okay, they've been tracked down now. Here we go. So Anderson from Andreasen out in front. Let's give it a couple of laps to settle down. So it's the number 2 car that is leading. I believe he's one of the green and white cars. Just have a look on the main straight.
See, the number is for Marshall. Just had to tell an elderly Italian gentleman that he can't sit next to us because it's a seat for a marshal.
Ah, yes, they'll be occupied later. So looking for the 9 car, so that's the pink and white car at the moment, is the leader. Let's just have a look. He is just about to come out onto the main straight now. So we go, backs it in off the end of the main straight. Alexander Anderson, our leader, he's closing in on some traffic. It's the number 4 car of Jan Dietmar that he's closing in on. Past a prone car lying on its roof in the chicane. People starting to get their cars a little bit more dialed in, traction building, as you'd expect over the course of the weekend. Traction's just going to get higher and higher and higher. So traction building nicely. Control additive this weekend. So Spider Blue additive, as supplied by one of the event sponsors, Zen Racing.
So just to answer questions, I suppose, of viewers who are maybe viewing and watching and not particularly up to speed on exactly everything. There's it's open tires, right?
Yeah, it is open tires.
Racers bring their own supply of tires.
Yep.
However, I believe it's the organizers or the rules require a certain additive because of the carpet for the local track.
It's the organisers have specified an additive.
Right, and so there's a tire truing area, a tire additive area, tire cleaning area. So it's all kind of rigidly sort of specified. You can't clean your tires on the track like you would at a club event, maybe.
Yeah.
So it's
and got a car on its roof. The car that we were following, car 9 of Alexander Anderson. I mean, he's already pumped in 3 quick consecutive laps, so not going to hurt him too much. Let's see if we can find Freddie Parker. He is the sort of white and kind of limey green coloured car off the end of Main Straight now. There we go. This is Freddie's car. Freddie, younger brother of Lewis Parker, who will be out on circuit later. Have a little bit of a hop over the curb there for Freddie, but Freddie, an up-and-coming racer.
Got the whole Parker clan was on our flight, I believe, weren't they?
They were, yes. So, yeah, the whole Parker crew on the same flight as us and arrived at the same time as us yesterday. Freddie being nice and sensible out there, just keeping the car in the middle of the circuit.
We have Simone Bonucci in the chat, shouting and saying, Marco Mazzini, the best EFRA 1/12 mod. So, not quite out on the track just yet, but yes, we have an advanced cheerleader crew already for Signore Mazzini.
Marco will be out on track later. We see, just see Freddie get a little bit of assistance to be shoveled off the circuit there. We will. This will become probably a little more structured later when qualifying proper starts and we're running for a time over 8 minutes rather than just 3 consecutive laps. But welcome to you if you are just joining us here on RCTV for the EFRA 1/12 Euros, whether you're watching us on Facebook or YouTube. Remember to subscribe on YouTube or follow us on Facebook. Make sure you join the group. You can...
That's the RC Racing TV Facebook group. We are trying to build that back up. So, yeah, go ahead and search for it on Facebook and join it if you're into doing Facebook groups, basically.
And later on, there's also on the YouTube channel, during the break, you can jump across and watch some of the RC Autopsy videos that have been posted, including some of this very class, actually.
Yeah, we've got Reinhardt's car in there from the Worlds. We show a tiny bit of Orlowski's car that he won last year's Worlds with, and Andy Murray, who's in a couple of those videos, was actually in. He's actually here this weekend, and we're hoping to have him on chat sometime during the weekend. Today's a bit busy for him. I've already had a little poke at him, but yeah, we'll be talking to him for a little bit. Obviously, he's one of our many event sponsors, which we're very happy to chat with on air.
Absolutely. Marcus Andreasen still leading this one then from Alexander Anderson, Jan Dietmar. Just over a minute left. Let's run to home with Freddie. Gets out of the way of some traffic quite nicely.
Got Roger Serafin from the Bay Area, Northern California, saying hello. Man, you are way behind us. 9 hours behind us, and we know that off the top of our head because, like we said earlier, the other half of the RCTV crew is over there in Orange County doing the H2GP high school level sort of STEM educational California State Finals for hydrogen-powered RC cars. Quite cool. So check that out over the weekend. In between, you know, from our perspective, when we've got a little break on. But if you're interested in that sort of thing, it is pretty cool.
Yep, few little breaks inserted into the schedule over the course of the weekend. Car's just coming up towards the finish now. We've got the final 10 seconds. And if you are just seeing this on either Facebook or YouTube and wondering what's going on, this is the EFRA 1/12 European Championships being brought to you from Messina, northeast coast of Sicily. This is the Paradise RC Arena. Fantastic venue that they've got here. And if you want to find out more about any form of RC racing, then check out the EFRA website, which is efra.ws. You should be able to find out anything about your local federation and get you somewhere near to getting yourself out on track, whether it's either this class, the 1/12 scale, or whether there's any other kind of class that you might fancy having a go at. Plenty of action going on. There we go. Don't forget to subscribe, hit that bell, get notified when there is more track action going on. Who have we got coming out next then? on track. We've got heat number 3 about to head out. Just waiting for the timing to update. You can see everybody kind of wanting to get themselves down on the far right-hand side of the driver's rostrum. Reason being, I think, the that chicane that you can see in the over on the right-hand side of your screen, just in front of that sort of pointy white barrier, it gives you a bit of a better line there. Rostrum's quite tall, very close to underneath the circuit. So Chase Mackman asking how many heats have we got today? We've got 5 heats of stock. We've got 2 heats of the LC racing class, and then we've got 3 heats of modified, so 10 heats in total. All of the 1/12 heats are 8 minute long, and we then have 2 5-minute heats. So Alex Saiter, Francesco Salva, Marco Pansera, Andy Thompson, Nigel Bowen, Torsten Muller, Dan Bancroft, Mark Payne, and Gianluca Lino are drivers for this heat. Cars released out onto the circuit. Marco Pansera into an early lead. He is the 3 car. I think he's one of the white and green cars. There's several white and green out there. I think he's the one just coming out onto the main straight now. And wheelies it into the barrier. Let's just see if we can pick up Marco. So he's just off the end of the main straight now, coming up past race control under the driver's rostrum. Here we go. This is our number 3 car, Marco Pansera. Dan Bancroft currently running in 2nd position. Dan being quite brave with his choice of body shell as well that he's running. He's running a fairly aggressive body shell. A lot of steering, very little downforce, make him fast in a straight line. Maybe quick over 3 laps, but over 8 minutes, quite a brave choice. Bit of curb hopping going on from Marco. Let's see if we can pick up Daniel, actually. He is the all-white coloured car. He is just heading out through the section out onto the main straight now, so we've got him. As he follows down, you can see a wide line there off the end of the main straight, struggling a little bit over some of those bumps. So just nicely around the middle of the circuit for Dan. A little bit of push on exit of a few of the corners. Looks like he's struggling to commit a little bit. Car wanting to wash out slightly. Andy Thompson running in 3rd position. He is the number 4 car. I think he is the... believe he was one of the yellow cars, but maybe not. No, he is the sort of all green, like minty green coloured car. Let's just have a look. He is the last of the green cars on the main straight now. Let's just see if we can pick Andy up, run with Andy for a little bit. Starting to carve his way through some traffic. Looks like a little bit of double steering going on for Andy. Car looking a little bit pointy. Rhythm so important with these 1/12 scale cars. But starting to navigate his way through some traffic. Getting caught out a little bit behind that other car that he's following there. Dan Bancroft hits the front then, over 3 laps. Let's have a look, see who else. Alex Saiter is running in 3rd position now with the number 1 car. Let's see if we can pick him up. Alex is just looking for the 1. Alex is another green and white car. He is just heading round through out onto the main straight now. There we go, this is Alex Saiter, our 3rd position car. A little bit of a track marker getting pulled up there. Just spotted the marshal out on the track recovering that. Dan Bancroft then from Nigel Bowen's got himself up into 2nd position. So number 5 car of Nigel Bowen. Let's see if we can spot him. He is the fluoro yellow coloured car. He's just heading out towards the main straight now. So this is our 2nd place man, Nigel Bowen. So Nigel running in towards some traffic. Closing in on. So look, one of them gets out of his way quite conveniently. In fact, I think that was Mark Payne that just binned it out of the way in front of him. Nigel going quite nicely. Mark Payne applying some pressure behind him. That worked quite nicely for Nigel. Just a little bit of a coming together between 2 of the cars in front of him. Spotted the gap, went for it. Just closing in on car, blue and white car directly in front of him. This heat number 3 of 5 of the spec class. Again, welcome to you if you are just joining us here on RCTV, bringing you the EFRA 1/12 Euros. Joining us during controlled practice. So looking for best time over 3 consecutive laps rather than time over 8 minutes. That's why the order looks a little bit jumbled up compared to what you might be seeing on track at the moment. Let's have a look. Who else haven't we seen? I think we've covered, have we not picked up car 3, Marco Pansera? Let's see if we can find him. Trying to identify the cars as they come past. They will become a little bit easier to spot. In fact, let's pick up the sort of whitey, orangey coloured car as he comes onto the main straight now. Let's see who that is as he comes past. That is the number 2 car of Francesco Salva. Let's run with Francesco for a little bit. Try and give a little bit of track action, a little bit of opportunity for everybody, or as much as we can during practice. As it becomes a bit more focused later on during qualifying, we'll get a better idea of what's going on out on the circuit. So these LMP12 1/12 scale cars, Le Mans prototype style body shells. This is the 13.5 Blinky class, so 13.5 turn motors, speed controllers with a prescribed output from them through the sensor cable into the motor. So it should be very, very close on performance between all of these cars. Just coming up towards the end of this heat number 3 of 5. So it's starting to get towards the pointy end now, and some of the guys in this next heat looking to get themselves into the top 10 over the course of the weekend. Dan Bancroft takes that from Nigel Bowen. You can see over 3 laps, very, very close between those two, actually. It's like 3/100ths of a second over 3 laps. So absolutely nothing in that one. Again, thank you to our event sponsors. ToniSport, the main sponsor for bringing us here. Also Schumacher, Lens Bodies, Zen Racing, RCXX Shop, Montec and Hobbywing. Coming up next then, we've got Jody Sherratt, Stuart Cartwright, Simon Lauter, Finlay Whitelock, Stefan Schultz, Andreas Bryn, Mark Jordan, Stefan Huyss and Niels de Gruyser. Simon Lauter, current stock touring car champion for Europe, won that title last year in Germany. So Simon posting top 10 times in practice sessions. Not Simon's normal class, but fancy to go at it. And his sponsor, Automatics, got some new bits available to have a look at. Maybe more on that later on. So up and running. Got some quick cars out on the circuit. Have a look early on. So Simon is running the sort of light orange coloured car. He's currently quickest. Here we go. That's Simon's car on screen. Let's watch him for a little bit. Stefan Schultz also going quite quickly at the moment. Let's run with Simon for a couple of laps. You can see he turns in nicely off the end of the main straight, not too unsettled over those bumps. He is closing in on a white and green coloured car. I think that's Niels de Gruyser that he is heading towards the back of. And passing Jody Scheckter, who was pointing backwards. Finlay Whitelock's hit the front. He is the brighter of the 2 orange coloured cars, so he's just entering the main straight now. Let's see if we can move back a few cars. Pick up Finlay. Finlay Whitelock leading this one then from Stefan Schultz. Mark Jordan in 3rd position currently. A minute and a half into the run. So Finlay makes a small mistake, just backs out the way of traffic. Again, over 3 consecutive laps, you can afford to do that. Let's have a look at Stefan Schultz. He's going quite well. He is the white and blue coloured car. He's just about to enter the main straight now. The Andy Murray just doing a little bit of track repair there. Simon Lauter's got himself up into 2nd position over 3 laps now. We're still running with the car of Stefan Schultz off the end of the main straight. You can see really difficult over those bumps to get the car to turn in. You can see the 9 car of Niels de Gruyser. Taking the track marker for a bit of a Burton again in the middle of the chicane. So a little bit of track marker being rescued out of the way. Let's have a look, see if we can find with Mark Jordan. He is the 7 car. Believe Mark's car is the yellow front, green rear car. He is just coming down under the driver's rostrum. He's heading out towards the main straight. He's directly behind Stefan's car. There we go. So let's run with Mark for a little bit.
I mean, it's not affecting the racing, but I'm just wondering, I don't know exactly how it works.
So you can see Stefan making his way through traffic just out of the front of shot. This is Jody Sherratt, that we've got Mark Jordan coming up to pass, and Simon Lauter closing on the pair of them. So Mark gets out of Simon's way. So difficult to get a car that you're confident you can lean on the rear. In fact, Simon Lauter now to the front over 3 laps. He is very, very close with Finley Whitelock. They're both done like a 33, effectively a 33.3. We've got a 33 2.5 and a 33 2.9. So very, very close, less than a tenth in it a lap. Stefan Schultz a couple of tenths further back. Mark Jordan, who we're running with at the minute, he's done a 33.8, as has Stu Cartwright. Let's see if we can find Stu Cartwright. He is a all yellow coloured car. His is car number 2. So he's the one just heading out towards the main straight now. Let's run with Stu's car for a little bit. A little bit Larry there over the curbs. So nice and calm, nice and controlled. Just keep the car flowing round. You can see a little bit hesitant to turn in there off the end of the main straight. Again, those bumps wanting to unsettle the car. And that's what happens if you crank it in too hard. You end up going in backwards. So 2 and a bit minutes left. Let's move back 1 car to the orange coloured car. This is Simon Lauter. So Simon is now out in front. You see come past Jody Sherratt. So Jody having to pull over, get out of the way of a bunch of people. So a nice run coming together for Simon. Be interesting to see how he gets on this weekend. Like we said earlier, not his usual class, but he's obviously a very, very quick driver. If he gets a good car underneath him, expect him to fly. Finley Whitelock running in 2nd position. Stefan Schultz running in 3rd currently, over 3 laps. Again, welcome to you if you are just joining us. This is heat number 4 of 5 of the spec class. This control practice 1. Already had a couple of free practices earlier on. So after control practice, after CP1, there'll be a bit of a lunch break going on. Then we are into CP2. Then it's going to be a bit of a break in for a resort and the opening ceremony. And we'll then hit the first round of qualifying, which will be our last track action of the day. Welcome to you if you are just joining us here on RC Racing TV. We are bringing you coverage of the EFRA 112th Euros from Messina in northeast Sicily. This is Paradise RC Arena. Again, if you're interested in this, if it's the first time you've seen any of this going on, check out the EFRA website, efra.ws. You can see anything that might be going on out on track, where your local racing is going to be. And again, thank you to the event sponsors, ToniSport, Schumacher, Lens Bodies, Zen Racing, RCXX Shop, Montec and Hobbywing for helping us to bring you this coverage. Time's just finished. Simon Lauter taking that one over 3 laps, just from Finley Whitelock. Those two got about a 10th a lap in hand over Stefan Schultz. And Mark Jordan about another 10th back as well, over 3 laps. Getting set for the top heat of spec then. So Ollie Payne currently looking fastest over 3 laps.
He's ready to show the pain.
In 3 laps, got Max Mackler heading up onto the rostrum.
Mad Max,
world champion, won this class from Mark Stiles, who's just heading up there and standing next to him. You say the name and I'll come up with some sort of nickname on the bounce. Okay, we've got Christian Donath up there. We've got
Christian. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Next.
We've got Michael Usain Bolt.
Oh, okay. Yes.
Yeah,
okay. We'll work with that.
We've got Jan Rathijski. We've got Morgan Williams
Big
up there.
Jan.
Yeah. We've got Ollie Payne's up there. Who else have we got? Lewis Parker's up there. So that's going to be our 8 drivers. So Max Mackler, car 1, Ollie Payne, car 2, Lewis Parker 3, Mark Stiles 4, Michael Bolt 5, Morgan Williams 6, Jan Rathijski is 7, and Christian Donath is number 8.
So just real quick, some keen-eyed viewers among you may have noticed that there are little jumps in the timing. We are working, as always, with the local producers, or local club folks here. Hey, David Ongaro says, hey guys, what's up, David? Well, champ, 3-time world champ is watching. So is this another class you're going to get into, David, maybe? Who knows? Rob from New Zealand dropping in to watch. Here we go, top heat of spec out on track.
Absolutely. So Max Mackler leads away. It's always interesting to see how, like, the top heat, they all position themselves. So that's quite impressive. The gaps on the split, Max has already passed. I think that must have been Christian that he'd caught and passed before the end of lap number 1. Yep. So number 1, that's the one that's just fired himself into the barrier. So he's now behind. Yes, he's now behind Ollie Payne on circuit. So if we can move forward 1 car to the white and red coloured car off the end of the main straight. This Ollie Payne currently running in 2nd place, actually, over 3 laps. Let's just see how that settles down, because Lewis Parker quick over the opening laps to start with. Max running a little bit down the order because of that moment. Obviously, with when you're looking for 3 consecutive laps, if in one of those you spit the car into the barrier, you're going to be down towards the bottom. Jan Rathijski up into 2nd, and no, Ollie Payne's just jumped back up forward. Morgan Williams running in 3rd position, 33.3. So actually, those times that Simon Lauter and Finley did in the last heat, that was around the same. That was like a 33 something. That was like a low 33. They were down in the sort of 33s. Lewis Parker, though, 33.0 over 3 laps. Let's see if we can find Lewis's car. He is the yellow front, orange centre, pink rear. He's just heading out onto the main straight now, following Michael Bolt down the main straight. So Lewis has opened up there. He's found some pretty serious pace. That's really, really strong. Got a transponder out there that is, by process of elimination, I think that other car that wasn't counted, that's Max Mackler. There we go. Yeah, that's just been assigned to him, and he has jumped himself up the order. So Lewis Parker from Ollie Payne from Morgan Williams. That's some serious pace, though, from Lewis. So it looks like, actually, the pace from Finley Whitelock and from Simon Lauter in the previous heat over 3 laps was pretty genuine. They're watching. Ollie Payne now to the front. Let's see if we can pick up Ollie's car again. He is the white and red coloured car. He's just heading round Not that white and red coloured car. He's just heading out onto the main straight now. There we go. This Ollie Payne then, quickest over 3 laps so far. Catching the car of Morgan Williams. Just dives inside him, down off the end of the main straight. Jan Rathajski also going well with the number 7 car. So if we go 2 cars back to the white coloured car, that is Jan Rathajski. Jan also looking very quick in modified as well. Jan currently quickest over 3 laps in modified practice. So these front 3, pretty close. Ollie Payne leading it with 33.0, as is Lewis Parker. Jan Rathajski with a 33.1 over 3 laps.
Jan, one of the very few racers running more than one class here.
Yes, and doing it sort of by himself, not with a mechanic as well, which is a brave effort.
Yeah, Ironman style.
Yeah, with only sort of 7, effectively, 7 heats, 8 heats, sorry, of 112 to go. Trying to race in 2 of them. Obviously, then you have to marshal for 2 of them as well. It doesn't leave you a lot of time, so it feels like a good idea till something goes wrong, I would say, with that one. It's Jan Rathajski going quite nicely on this one. What have we got? We're just coming up to 5 minutes in. Times are going to have settled down a little bit now. Wouldn't necessarily expect to see anybody launch themselves up the order over 3 consecutive laps. Certainly in the stock class, by this point, you've taken the best out of the traction in your tyres, your additive, your cell voltage will have dipped very slightly. So pretty sure that the order is going to be fairly well fixed at the front of this one. Let's see who else we can spot out there for a little bit. Let's have a look at Morgan Williams. He is the white and blue coloured car. He's on the main straight now. Let's run with Morgan for a little bit. You can see Morgan down to 5th place over 3 laps. Car just looks a little bit safer than some of the cars earlier, particularly off the end of the main straight. You can just see it looks like it's just that little bit more resistant and reluctant to turn, hopping around slightly. See who else is out on the circuit that we can see. We haven't run with Christian Donath. He is the all-green coloured car. Should be nice and easy to pick up. Coming out onto the main straight now. Let's run with Christian for a few laps.
That one's nice and easy to spot.
Yep. That's it gets a little bit order as we get up the heat list, just to see what people are doing and what people are getting up to. So Christian looking pretty good over. He looks pretty strong over an 8-minute run. Looking at the sort of predicted times over 8 minutes, you've got Ollie Payne who's currently running quickest with a 43 in 2 he's predicting. You've then got Mark Stiles running in 7th position in this currently. He's predicting a time over 8 minutes, like 8 seconds slower than that. So, although it looks like it's less than a lap that you're talking over 8 minutes, it's going to be super tight when we get into the 8-minute runs. and little mistakes are going to dictate the outcome of the event possibly. But last 15 seconds now. Ollie Payne from Lewis Parker, Jan Rathajski, Christian Donath, Morgan Williams, Max Mackler, Mark Stiles, Michael Bolt. So cars just getting called in at the end of the run. So we're going to have a look at the, see if we can see the overall ranking list for practice. So actually Simon Lauter, no, that hasn't updated yet. Let's just have a look.
Oh.
Just waiting for update on that. So there we go. Ollie Payne from Lewis Parker, Jan Rathajski, Christian Donath, Morgan Williams, Max Mackler, Mark Stiles, Michael Bolt. It's a very British and German looking top heat there. Just waiting for our overall practice to update. So there we go. Ollie Payne is quickest, then from Lewis Parker, Jan Rathajski, Simon Lauter in 4th overall from the earlier heat, Finlay Whitelock 5th, so we did think that they were fast. Christian Donath is in 6th position, Morgan Williams 7th, Max Mackler 8th, Stefan Schultz again from an earlier heat in 9th, and Mark Stiles currently in 10th over 3 laps. Got the small break now while the LC racing class goes on. So just see those head out on the circuit.
So yeah, a bit of a relaxed time for this is Ben break time on Ben, our camera operator this weekend. Take some learning how to take some excellent photos of these very small and fast cars. And yeah, so 2 5-minute heats of these LC Racing 14th scale foam tire cars. There's a lot more racers out now. I think it's the locals have actually appeared now, is what it looks like.
Quite possibly, yeah. We were.
These will be maybe a little faster than we were seeing before then.
Well, we were getting slightly alarmed during practice when there were 1 or 2 cars circulating.
Yeah, but those were Martin Hoody's son and Mikal from Hobby Wing.
Well, they're in the next heat.
Yeah,
so,
yeah.
That's his.
And it was still just the 2 of them, but maybe there'll be more in the next one. But
yeah,
anyway, as you can see, this is not part of the European Championship. Again, this is basically like a local, just fun racing class.
Absolutely.
Gives us a good time to just have a look, and we're gonna have a look at the race time clock on this. You guys may have noticed that it is kind of glitchy a little bit, and so what the local organizers have done is kicked off a bunch of computers that were on the Wi-Fi network, and because who knows, they're probably downloading Netflix and all sorts of things. And it looks like my RCM is counting. Well, no, there's a little bit of a tiny hitch, but less than the 8 or 10 seconds we were seeing previously, but keeping an eye on it. But anyway, just wanted to say that we had, we as in the royal we, me, talked to some of our event sponsors, the representatives that are here this weekend. So we're hoping to have them on the chat. Sultan and Mikal, who I mentioned just now from Hobby Wing, hoping to pop them in. We've got Nicola from Lens Bodies here as well, and Andy Murray from Schumacher. He's very busy because he's basically mechanicking for Orlowski world champion in this category. And so he's quite busy. He actually used the word stressed, which for a normal British person means that they're really, really stressed, right?
It means they need a cup of tea.
Yes.
That's what
Yes.
it means.
But for an engineer-minded Brit to say they're stressed means they need maybe a kettle of tea, which means they're very, very, very busy. So we'll try to talk to them. Obviously, we leave it to them to find a time that they're available to pop in. Obviously, do want to thank all of our event sponsors. Of course, this EFRA 1/12 Euros from Sicily, brought to you by ToniSport as our title sponsor, and also Schumacher, Lens Bodies, Zen Racing, RCXX Shop, Montec, and Hobbywing. So other brands are available, but these are the best brands because they help us, RCTV, bring it to you for free.
Absolutely, and great venue here, Paradise RC Arena in Messina on the northeast coast of Sicily.
I am looking forward to some granite later on. There's some good stuff.
That's at the Drivers' Banquet, isn't it?
Yes.
Which is being held later on this evening after the first round of qualifying. So 5-minute races for these LC racing cars that are out on circuit at the moment. Like a 1/14th scale touring car. Heading around on the circuit. Barry Lynch finding my Jody Scheckter slight slip quite amusing earlier on. So, yeah, feel free to say hi to us in the comments. We will try and interact with you as much as we can over the course of the day. Free practice, or the practice sessions, they become a little bit... they're a little bit more open, a little less prescribed. We have more, little bit more chance to view them. Chase asking, what motors are these cars using? That's a very good question. I believe these are 21.5 brushless. I will endeavour to find out during the break. I haven't taken an awful lot of notice of this class particularly. It's in there as a little bit of an opportunity for us to catch our breath, make sure that everything's working okay. It's good to see Chase taking an interest. Chase, obviously, the BRCA 1/12 scale junior champion, couldn't make it here this weekend, but well done to him for that, and closing in on his dad. Managed to slay him at the last round of the national series. So Chase certainly on the list of people I used to be able to beat. That's a very long list. It's turned into a bit of a scroll. Nice bit of parking on a car directly in front of us. See Mihalowski going out there and popping that car back on track. Yellow wheels as well. So that was the first of 2 heats. Next heat of this LC racing class ready to go. So we've got Philip Huddy, we've got a lot of the Italians out there, and Michal Milanovic from Hobbywing. So one more 5-minute run.
Sim Racer in the chat is asking, "Whoa, where's Nick Damon?" And I won't say the rest, but yeah, Nick is next going to appear on the coverage for the GT8 Euros, coming again from Sicily, which is Giardini Naxos track, which is about half an hour south of here.
Yeah, we passed it on the way here yesterday, didn't we? It's about 30 minutes down the coast.
It's a beautiful track, and I wish I was going. I would be going, but unfortunately I have prior engagements. But yeah, Nick will be on that, and he'll also be doing the 1/8 buggy Euros from Hungaroring, and also, of course, the Worlds, I'm pretty sure.
So still slightly less out in this heat at the moment. A little less full than the.
Yeah, I thought they have more in this one. Well, there's 9 signed up, so maybe because it's a work day, there'll be more tomorrow.
Quite possibly. It's everyone that's missing is Italian.
Yeah, there you go.
So it's a local class for local people and for international people. Obviously, we have Michal Milanovic leading this one.
He's usually our Mr. Hobby Wing that we see at these events.
Well, I believe actually, on speaking to him, he wasn't planning on racing this weekend. He turned up and saw that this class was running and had a car thrust at him within sort of half an hour. So
Martin Hootie said that. Oh yeah, I bought a car for my son to race, and he's up there guiding his son around the track. So yeah, it's purely like last minute sort of thing, but fun enough. And like Mikhail Olowski was just telling me, it gets more people, more entries. So it's all good.
Chase saying, although he can now beat me, I beat him at the last Euros. That is absolutely correct. That's that's going to be my claim to fame. When
you got third, didn't you? Or did you win your final?
No, I ended up third.
I remember
overall.
you got a trophy because I have a photo.
Yeah, I did get a trophy. I somehow managed to lead. I won one leg of. I won the first leg of the final. I led about 7.5 minutes, or well, even longer. It was like 7 minutes 45 seconds.
Was it the most important 7 minutes and 45 seconds?
No, it was the first 7 minutes and 45.
There you go.
And I somehow contrived to finish third overall, having won a leg and led having led 15 minutes 45 seconds. Of the required 16 that I needed to lead to win the final. I somehow managed to finish third. I didn't even finish second. I finished third. It was that wasn't great.
I know a guy who finished second in all 3 finals at a U.S. Nationals touring car, and he won. He won the championship for that particular class by finishing second in 3 finals.
Well, famously last year, Mark Stiles won the British Championship without winning a round.
Yeah, we had a good laugh about that, didn't we?
So he managed to do that, and actually he won a round this year and finished second overall in that one. So that was better results, but worse.
Clearly, the strategy overall then is to finish second at every round.
Oh, clearly. Who have we got? We've got Glenn Atherton asking if there's a heat list link. That'll be on my RCM. If you check out my RCM, you'll see all of the timing information going on there.
There's a direct link on the EFRA.ws website. There's a red banner which has a couple of links you can click in there, and that will lead you to the event page, which has this video that you're listening and watching to embedded straight on it, and there's a link to the live timing on there as well. Or you can just search for it on myrcm.ch. Try to make it as easy as possible and to follow along.
Yep. So again, welcome to you if you are just joining us and wondering what's going on. These don't look much like 1/12 scale cars if you're expecting to see 1/12 scale
Well,
cars.
1/14th, they're close.
They're close. They're actually, weirdly, they're 1/14 scale, but they're bigger than the 1/12 scale.
Yeah, scale's weird in the RC market, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a little bit disconcerting, but I think they're based off of 1/14 scale buggies, aren't they?
Yes, of course.
Which,
Well, just like the early touring cars were.
Yes. So these very much evoking the ethos of the early touring cars.
Very small batteries. I think they're like 380 motors. They're quite small motors. Mikhail overheating again, I think. Again, these are, I believe he's running it literally straight out of the box. So he was chatting with some of the locals about what to do about I think the Speedo, either the Speedo's overheating or the motor's overheating, and they were saying maybe
if only he knew someone that could,
yeah,
that was proficient with electronics, but of course Michael looking fairly quick. He's what is he over? He's 3 seconds.
Cut out again.
He's 3 seconds faster over 3 laps though.
Oh really? Okay, so over the important period of time, he's done all right.
He has.
Is he faster than the locals?
I believe so, yeah.
Right.
I mean, his best lap of a 13.05 compared to Marco Navaria, 14.131. So he's over a second quicker on a lap.
I was just wondering against the other locals because Marco Navaria is about about 8.
Let's have a look and see what is going on. If we can get some sort of ranking list for practice. Daniel Shepis is fastest over 3 laps.
Right.
From Alessio Navaria, Pietro Lucifora. Michael Milanovic is 4th currently over 3 laps.
But that's all behind us now. We're back to the 12 scale mod category now.
Yep, so this is the 6.5 turn Blinky class for modified. Nicola Maroney off first. So Mr. Lens Bodies, one of our event sponsors.
So we'll obviously be cheering for him.
Absolutely. Who else have we got? Alessandro Bianchi, Lucas Larson, Alessandro Brunelli. We've got Alexander Anderson, Marcus Andreasen.
Oh, your favorites.
Oh, yes. Marcello Galli, Marco Mazzini,
Way!
and Marco McCuney. So a little bit quicker, these cars, and quicker than the cars that we saw earlier. So Nicola running the white coloured car.
You would think as a body shell manufacturer, he would have even his practice bodies would look pretty sweet, but he's going for total performance, isn't he?
Total performance, super lightweight. Obviously running the Lens body shell. Not a huge number of them in attendance this weekend of those bodies. The Ponente.
We don't have any marshals out actually. We only have 3 racers in the race, and we haven't had anyone call for any volunteer marshals.
No, I think
It's
during
a bit worrying.
controlled practice, it's not too much of an issue. It's when qualifying proper starts that they'll be looking for it. Again, you're looking to get sort of over 3 laps. Simone Bonucci says, "Go Mazzini, go!"
Yes, here's now where we can all shout, "Come on, Mazzini!"
Let's see if we can find him. Car number 8. These cars travelling a little bit quicker
At a high rate of knots.
Yep. So we.
6. We're doing the usual. Let's wait a lap. No, there he is. He's the lead of the second of the
Of the white coloured cars?
Yes.
So he's just heading out towards the main straight now.
And passed again.
Yep.
There we go.
So Marco currently running in 8th position in the heat. So car looking a little bit wayward, a little bit scared of it, not really wanting to turn in. or commit to turning in. But and then as you open the throttle, you get the sort of fierce power delivery of the 6.5 motors. You can see off the end of the main straight there, struggling to get the car slowed down and turned in. Who's looking quick at the moment? Marcus Andreasen, the 6 car. Let's see if we can spot him somewhere.
Do the cars tend to, or do the drivers, you were telling me about using a throttle curve or a braking curve.
Yeah.
Do the cars tend to scrub off any speed naturally as they come through the corners?
do, yeah. The more lock that you put on, the more speed you scrub off. So particularly with stock, it becomes a bit of a challenge. It's like self-preservation of corner speed, of wanting to keep the cars moving and get yourself sort of around the track. You can see actually Nicola has got Alex Hagberg working on his car just under the driver's rostrum.
Ben, that chap kneeling down, that's Alexander Hagberg?
It is.
European champion in this class, what, 7, 8 times?
Yes, reigning champion as well.
Yes, after he grabbed it back off of Orlowski.
He did. So obviously last year Michael won the stock class. Michael not running the stock class this year, but looks like a little bit of a tyre change going on.
Yeah, I noticed Nicola and Alex doing this in the last round of controlled practice as well. So I'm curious. I mean, obviously they're just going for 3 fast laps, so maybe they're like just true down to just like rubber bands.
I think it's more they're changing. The thing that you have with any 12 scale race is, or certainly on a temporary layout, no one had really driven around this circuit before today. So the track is, the grip is building and evolving throughout the course of the week. So sometimes you want to get an idea of what tyres might work, what might not work. And you never get an opportunity to be on exactly the same track again. So it's sometimes a good idea to get a feel for what's going on. And Alex will be watching this closely because Alex will be out on track later. This might save Alex.
Yeah, this could be a practice session more for Alex than for Nicola.
Oh, almost. If Nicola's car suddenly looks, immediately hooked up and much better and starts lighting up the timing screens, Alex may well have 2 sets of tyres over there prepped and ready to go on. Depending on what he feels he needs to do, and what is best to put on the car, put on the track.
Yeah, Nicola is Mr. Hot Race, so he's
he is
very potentially doing some development work for Alex. His basically his lead driver in this category.
He is, yes, absolutely. Who's leading at the moment? Alessandro Brunelli, the number 4 car. Let's see if we can pick up the 4. It's the 2 car, 5 car. 4 car is the white and pink coloured car. So the number 4 car is just heading out towards the main straight now. Here we go. Bit of a interesting line off the end of the main straight. Phoenix Favoretto saying Mod is where Michal is racing. He's P2, 4/10 shy of Jan Ratajski. Jan actually looking very, very quick at the moment. Certainly over 3 laps. Car looking pretty safe, pretty stable. Just seeing Alessandro, who we are running with at the moment, just pulling out of the way, letting some cars go. He's starting now to lose the rear of the car off the end of the main straight, so very quick earlier. This is also another thing, particularly with modified, that you need to try and hang on to the tyres for as long as possible. It's really easy to use the grip, use the traction that you've got, and all of a sudden you find it's not there. One lap it's there, you turn in and you're away, and the next lap you crank it in off the end of the main straight and it just wants to go round. The car looking a little bit pointy around neutral. See a little vicious twitch there coming onto the main straight. The car starting to look fairly evil now with just over 1 minute of this run remaining. We'll run with him to home, but car not looking nice. Be wanting to sort that out, certainly when it gets to racing on Sunday and we start getting into finals. He'll want to try and find a way to calm that down, hang on to the rear of the car, and in fact he's pulled that off to retire. Let's see then if we can pick up Nicola, the white car.
Yeah, they're just finishing their runs, I believe.
There's 30 seconds left.
Ah, okay, sorry.
So Nicola just entering the main straight now. So let's run with him to home. We saw him in earlier for a tyre change, courtesy of Alex Hagberg. The car looks quite stable, a little bit resistant to turning. You always tend to find that with these LMP cars. The grip, as the grip appears, goes towards the back of the car because you've got a larger rear tyre contact patch than you have front. So yeah, always tends to push on a little bit, or tend towards pushing on a little bit.
Ant Lockyer saying morning.
Good morning, Ant.
Buongiorno.
Got the penultimate heat of modified coming up next. Then we got the top heat of modified. There you go. You can see overall results. So Alessandro Brunelli, some quick laps early on. He ran out of traction towards the rear. So he'd probably do with taking a few of those tenths, and I don't know, you'd probably trade some of that single lap speed for a little bit of stability later on. Who have we got in this one then? Rosario Giamo, Christian Donath, one of our two-class nutters. Martin Huddy, Thomas Liptak, Alessio Mazzio, Torsten Müller, Mario Neri, Rene Jan and Stuart Cartwright, another dual-class runner. Timing has started into 8 minutes on this one. You can already see the 7 car, Mario Neri, prone in front of us. Just started going. I mean, it's never going to work, not with black wheels on the rear and yellow on the front. That's that's a bit of a styling disaster. It's
styling equals aerodynamics.
Yeah, it's not good for racing feng shui, that one. That's really going to put people off. Alessio Mazzio with the 5 car.
He's just in the middle bit, just coming to the end in the twisty bits at the end of the lap on straight now. Running race paint.
He is.
That's why he's fast.
Yep. Race paint is fast. Let's see if we can pick him up. So he's the white front, blue centre, orange rear car on the main straight now. There we go. And
he is a 2 or 3 time European champion, I should say.
he is. New class for Alessio.
Not in electric. So he's mostly known for nitro, although he did win GTA electric last year, but he was doing very well in the nitro category as well.
Yes. Obviously, Alessio's local track, which is, I think, what's prompted him to come and have a go, come and have a play. But you can see he's carving his way through the field. Just catching up. I think that was Stu Cartwright that he's just made his way past. It was. So very, very quick driver is Alessio. As you're seeing with some of the other guys, like Simon Lauter in stock, you've got people who don't normally race this class, but finding that the cars are much, much better than they used to be, able to throw down good cars. If you throw down a good car and you're a good driver, you're going to be fast. You see like 6/10 quicker, well in fact 8/10 quicker over 3 laps than Martin Huddy running in second place. Martin with the 3 car. Let's just see if we can find Martin Huddy out there. Did see there was some race paint for Martin, but he doesn't look like he's running it. No, Martin's the all-white coloured car, I believe. Or one of the all-white coloured cars. He's the all-white coloured car on the main straight now. So this is Martin Huddy, current second place man that we're running with. In fact, I say current second place man, he's just dropped down to 5th place. Thomas Liptak up into 2nd position. 5 minutes remaining. Bit of a launch over the curbs for Stu Cartwright in the back of shot there. Let's have a look, see if we can find the 4 car of Thomas Liptak. He is the green coloured car. That's the one. We've got him on screen. Good work from Ben. Down the main straight. So again, car looking, looks like a very good race car. It's a little bit resistant to turning. Having to use the bumps off the end of the main straight, but you can see through this chicane that he comes through here, just having to like hesitate on the throttle slightly through there. I think you'll be seeing some of the quick guys sort of building the throttle up all the way through this chicane, which is a fast sort of right-left as you come out onto the towards the main straight, but doing what he needs, getting round, nice and consistent at the very least. Just it's that little bit of hesitation in the middle of the corner, what we were talking about earlier about the scrubbing of speed. Can just see again as he comes through there one more time. It's just it turns in, it initiates the turn, but it just doesn't hold on in the middle of the corner. You just feel like you want a little bit more bite, just to turn that in and get that hooked in a little bit better, a little bit tighter. But we got a retirement. So Giacomo Rosario running in 2nd position now with the number 1 car. Let's see if we can spot him. He is the other all-white coloured car out there, is Giacomo. He looks like he's got some bits of fluoro orange inside the wing end fences. It's down the main straight, so another great job from Ben to pick him up. Comes firing past the car of Mario Neri. Mario having to dive out the way. Looks like Stu Cartwright's done the step back of shame on the rostrum. That sinking feeling where you take one step back, look down at your transmitter, flick the power button off.
Pretend it's a problem with your radio.
Yeah, the sort of dejected, look there, slightly dejected look. What do we got? Less than 2 minutes left. Just waiting.
Maceo's also come off the rostrum, but he's still leading.
He is, yeah. It's
I didn't see what happened with his car, though.
He got tangled up with another car off the end of the main straight. So he had a little bit of a coming together, dropped him down the field slightly. Just over a minute left. Like we said, order should remain fairly constant at this point when you're looking at timing over 3 laps. Thomas Liptak in 3rd position. Let's just see if we can spot him with the 4 car. He is the light green coloured car. He's just heading out onto the main straight now. So there we go. That's him in centre of shot. So having a bit of a coming together with a couple of cars. Less than 30 seconds left. Out in the middle of the track, so you can see right at the end of this modified heat, everybody's starting to struggle. Not many finished. Alessio Mazzio taking that one then from Giacomo Rosario. Thomas Liptak, Rene Jan, Martin Huddy, Christian Donath, Stu Cartwright, Mario Neri, and Torsten Muller we didn't see out there on circuit. Bit of track repair going on. And then set for the top heat of modified. Again, welcome to us if you are just joining our coverage here on RCTV. This is the EFRA 112th European Championships. The end of practice round number 1. So this is the top heat. Bringing you this coverage in conjunction with our event sponsors, ToniSport, Schumacher, Lens Bodies, RCXX Shock, Montec, Hobbywing and Zen Racing. Cars being released out onto the circuit. So like we said, Jan Ratajski, after practice, being quickest over 3 consecutive laps. Alex Hagberg will be off car number 1 currently as reigning European champion. So clock has started. 8 minutes begins. Looking for drivers fast over 3 laps. Some familiar names in this one. Alex Hagberg, Ollie Payne, Jan Ratajski, Lewis Parker, Mark Reinhard, Rene Doctor, Marcus Mobers. Running with Jan Ratajski and his race paint. He is the white centre, white front, orange centre, black rear car. He is chasing Ollie Payne off the end of the main straight now. Alex Hagberg running behind him. So a bit of a J-turn there from Jan. Ollie Payne to the front. Let's see if we can spot him. He was quickest in stock. He is the white front, red centre car. He is just coming out onto the main straight now. So he's chasing down Mark Reinhard. Come out onto the main straight. Let's have a look in off the end of the main straight. Ollie's car looking a little bit happier to turn than Mark's. Let's see if that plays out later on in terms of rear traction. See Ollie's car hopping about there quite nicely, the pair of them catching Lewis Parker. So Lewis not as close to Ollie in stock as he was in modified. Jan Rathajski, we ran with him earlier. He is in second position. Mark Reinhard, he is the all-pink coloured car. He is one car in front. Let's watch him down the main straight. So 2/10 off of Ollie over 3 laps. But car looking a little bit more locked in. Might help later on in terms of hanging on to traction. Who else? Alex Hagberg up into second. Let's see if we can spot him. He's the white and green coloured car on the main straight now. So Alex running his race paint. Always helps make life a little bit easier. Let's just see reigning European champion in this class. Car looks really good, really smooth. Very much in control. Even off at the end of the main straight, doesn't look quite as scary as some of the other cars out there. You can see Alex closing towards the back of Ollie Payne's car. So Ollie having done those 3 quick laps earlier, but over a run, currently Alex Hagberg is predicting some 5 seconds faster than Ollie Payne. So Ollie's pace costing him a little bit towards the end of a run, maybe. Be something to watch out for in qualifying later on. See who else is out there. Let's see if we can pick up the 6 car of Mobers. He should be fairly easy to spot because he's on the yellow wheels. He's the sort of minty green coloured car with the yellow wheels. He's just heading out onto the main straight now. So Marcus flicks it right, flicks it left. Down the main straight. Turns in quite nicely. Car looks like it's stalling a little bit in the corner. Gets it all crossed up there. Managing to hang on to it. Let's have a look at Michael Orlowski now in 3rd position. World champion in this class, the number 3 car. So he'll be one of the white-coloured cars. He is the sort of last of the white-coloured cars. He's just heading out onto the main straight now. Michael throwing some shapes out on the circuit. With just under 3 minutes remaining. Currently Ollie Payne from Alex Hagberg, from Michael Orlowski, Jan Rathajski, Mark Reinhard. So like 1.5 tenths between those 5 drivers over 3 laps. Ollie Payne looks like he stopped on circuit. Just getting himself moving again. So remember, although Ollie currently quickest over 3 laps, that's not necessarily where you want to be if you're going to be struggling for traction at the end of the run. Starting to see Michael Orlowski struggling here off the end of the main straight. Car just sliding sideways, taking all of its corner speed off. Alex Hagberg's looking the same. This is where, looking over an 8-minute run, Alex Hagberg currently predicting the quickest time. So Michael Orlowski now having pulled in at the side of the track. Let's have a look at Lewis Parker's car. He is the yellow front, pink rear car. I was going to say off the end of the main straight, but he's just come to a bit of a grinding halt. Trying to keep it moving, trying to keep it circulating. So lots of cars now starting to arrive off the end of the main straight backwards. It's not going to help you over the course of a 8-minute run particularly. But quite a bit quicker than Alex Hagberg, 45.801. Mark Reinhard, 45.806. Those guys looking like the quick guys over an 8-minute run. Very slightly slower over 1 lap. Or over 3 laps. But they're the ones that are looking like they've got slightly more locked-in cars as we come into the final 30 seconds. There's going to be a bunch of guys trying to figure out how they can make the rear tyres hang on a little bit longer. See what they can do with that. Timing's just finishing. So Ollie Payne going to take this one over 3 laps. But looks like a little bit different over 8 minutes. I'd say Alex Hagberg looks in a strong position. Only half a tenth back over 3 laps on Ollie, but lapping much more consistently at the end. Mark Reinhard also looking like he's somewhere in the mix as well. A couple of seconds behind Alex Hagberg over the course of a run. So looking set for some good racing action later on. So we now have a lunch break in the time schedule. Lunch break is scheduled until 2 p.m. So
yeah,
we have an hour break.
We have an hour break. So, so we'll pop the holding screen on because there's basically not going to be any action. So you may as well look at a cool graphic. But be sure and come back and at 2 o'clock Central European time,
Okay, welcome back. You're joining us here on RC Racing TV, bringing you the EFRA 1/12 European Championships for 2024 from Messina in northeast coast of Sicily. I'd like to thank our event sponsors: ToniSport, Schumacher, Lens Bodies, Zen Racing, RCXX Shop, Montec and Hobbywing for helping us to bring you this coverage. Just returning after a lunch break. Cars getting set then and released out onto the circuit. This is the practice session. So this is the second of the two control practices. There'll be a reseed after this into heat order for qualifying. So after this round will take about an hour and a half to complete. Then we're going to have a reseed, we'll have the opening ceremony, and then we will have the first round of qualifying proper that we'll be bringing to you starting off. Looking at the timetable, that is scheduled to start at 5:30 this evening. So about an hour and a half per round. So yeah, 5:30 this evening. We will be starting qualifying out on track at the moment. We have got heat number 1 over 3 consecutive laps this rather than over an 8-minute run. We're timing. So Werner Spanbrucker is the quickest car at the moment. He is the number 1 car. Looks like he's a fair bit quicker than everybody else. He is the minty green coloured car with the yellow wheels. Heading out onto the main straight now. Let's run with Werner for a little bit. In fact, Lucas Larsson's got himself up to the top of the order with the 6 car, but we'll stick here for a little bit with Werner. Let's look for the 6 car then, our lead car. He is the, let's have a look. I think he is the all blue coloured car. He is the all blue coloured car. He's just making his way out onto the main straight now, being chased by some traffic that he's just passed. So making his way nicely round through the circuit, off the end of the main straight. Still pretty bumpy there. And cars looking a little bit like they want to over-rotate off the end of the straight. But let's just see as manages to, well, tries to negotiate some traffic, ends up nosed into the barrier. This is the 6 car of Lucas Larsson, leading this heat over 3 laps. Let's see who else is quick out there. Christian Geyer with the number 2 car. Let's see if we can spot Christian. I think Christian is the white, yellow and kind of like Smurf blue coloured car off the end of the main straight. There we go. So yeah, we've picked him up. Christian running quite nicely out there. 3rd position in the heat. He is chasing round the car of Lucas Larsson. Just using a quicker car in front of him. Sometimes that's a pretty good tactic, just to tow you through the traffic. A little bit wide there off the end of the main straight, but holding it together. It's just 3 consecutive laps again. That was a decent lap that's come together. Again, car looks a little bit safe, but nice to drive, consistent. Should be quick over 8 minutes. Tucks in nicely off the end of the main straight. Christian is some 4/10 down over 3 laps currently. Just navigating some traffic there. Christian Guy, our 3rd place man. Let's see who else is out on circuit at the minute. Alex D'Angelo with the 9 car. Let's see if we can spot him somewhere. Nine car, he is the all orange coloured car. He's just, again, navigating his way through some traffic. It's just coming out onto the main straight now. So a little bit of a double steer there off the end of the main straight. We're starting to see now, what have we got? Like 2 minutes 40 left. So I think once we're getting past 5 minutes, starting to see some of these cars struggling a little bit out there. And that becomes a bit of a theme later on as well. Cars that are super fast over a few laps at the start. Just struggling to hang on to the rears. Times will be pretty stable now. Not expecting anybody, particularly in the stock class, to launch themselves up the order this far into a run. Being timed over 3 consecutive laps. So naturally you'd expect that at the start when you've got the highest battery voltage, you've got the most grip out of the tyres and freshly additived. That's the time that you'd expect to pump in the quick laps. Just moving out of the way of some traffic there. That was the 6 car of Lucas Larson. The lead car. I think he's got Michael Laws behind him. Let's run with Michael for a little bit. He is the Gulf-coloured car out there, the kind of sky blue, the one that's just gone a little bit backwards. Into the final minute, so let's run from home. Can see proper wobble on there off the end of the main straight from Michael. Just having another look. That was really unfortunate there as he just caught that on stream. Caught up someone else's accident. You can see that double steer again. Car's a little bit reluctant to turn initially, but then has the wobble on. Last couple of seconds of this heat number 1. Heat number 2 getting ready. Marcus Andreasen, Alexander Andersson, Jan Dietmar, Ole Thomas Bryn, Tim Janssen, Tom Adams, Freddie Parker, Alessandro Calarese, and Mario Neri. Mario Neri, one of the drivers attempting 2 classes this weekend. So again, welcome to you if you are just joining us here on RCTV. Bringing you coverage of the EFRA 112th Euros from Messina on the northeast coast of Sicily. Bring you the coverage in conjunction with ToniSport, Schumacher, Lens Bodies, Zen Racing, RCXX Shop, Montec and Hobbywing. Joining us in seeding practice at the moment. Second round of seeding practice going on. Then we'll have a bit of a break whilst the opening ceremony carries on. Cars released out onto the circuit. So 8-minute runs for these guys, but they are being timed over 3 consecutive laps. If you are just joining us on YouTube or Facebook, don't forget you can subscribe to us on YouTube. Make sure you follow us on Facebook. And you can also join one of the groups on Facebook, the RC Racing TV group. You can also catch over the course of the weekend the H2GP coverage, which is coming live from California. That's some hydrogen-powered RC racing going on. Let's have a look and see who we're following at the moment down the main straight. This white and pink coloured car. That is the, I believe, the 9 car of Alexander Andersson. So he is the leader at the moment. He's got a nice clear track in front of him as well. He had a nice clear track in front of him. He's catching a gaggle of cars pretty quickly. Carves his way past Freddie Parker. That worked out pretty perfectly for him, to be honest. Everybody in front of him just kind of fell out of his way. Made some nice mistakes. Car looking pretty good. Looks very calm, collected. Someone plays Popper Wheelie coming out onto the main straight. See who else is looking fast out there. We've got Marcus Andreasen with the 2 car. Let's see if we can pick up the 2 car. Two car is the orange and white coloured car. That is just heading out onto the main straight now. There we go. Car looks a bit like it wants to do the driver some damage. It's fast, but that looks a little bit scary, a little bit leery, a little bit edgy to drive. Driver will be sweating profusely, I think, trying to hang on to the back of that. Certainly over 8 minutes. It's quick over 5. Out down the main straight once more. Lead car still looking pretty scary, pretty sketchy. Who else out there is quick? The 4 car, Jan Dietmar. See if we can spot the 4 car out there. 4 car is the white and green coloured car. Just the first of the cars on the main straight now. Yeah, and not really respecting the curbs in the middle of that chicane. That's going to probably hurt him on rear tyres later on in the run. But it is all good. Just at half distance now. Jan just finding his way through some traffic. I think he's picked up a little bit of a body tuck at the front, has he? Maybe. It's just hooked up slightly, see if he can run that down the barrier. No, it seems content. Give it a bit of a rattle over a curb normally. You can pop a little dent out of a body shell. Jan Dietmar running in 3rd position. Where is he? He is about 1/4 of a second down over 3 laps compared to Marcus Andreasen. A pair of them got Alex Anderson in between them as well.
So James, what are the drivers saying about the condition of the track?
They're finding it a little bit of a challenge. I mean, the track is pretty wide, pretty open, very, very fast. They're finding it a little bit of a challenge dealing with the bumps, particularly off the end of the main straight. And the theme seems to be keeping the rear tyres alive over, beyond 5 minutes. Seems to be the biggest challenge.
And is there, there's no heat in these tires, is there?
There's no tyre warmers or anything like that. No,
I mean, but, like you say keeping the tires alive, the rear tires, and the rear tires are going to wear out fastest, or will they? I don't know how the what wears on these.
It's a bit like reading tea leaves. I mean, looking at the inside of the body shell is quite instructive after a run, and
okay.
you're kind of looking for similar wear front and rear.
And that'll be the grains of foam that are coming off the tires, because these are literally just open or closed cell foam.
Yeah, that's right.
So.
And you'll be looking for something like something like 0.3, 0.4 rear, maybe a little bit more on the front, 0.4, 0.5.
And that's 0.4 of a millimeter per run of wear. Yes.
Yeah,
over the diameter.
Yes.
Yeah.
Over the tyre diameter that you'd see over the course of a run. Obviously, with an anti-clockwise circuit, you'll probably see a little bit more sort of the front right tyre and the rear right tyre, because you're just leaning on it very slightly harder. Most of the fast turns predominantly coming out onto the main straight. You've got those loaded the most.
So if I'm curious, but hopefully there's some of the viewers that are out there who are maybe not running this class or not used to running foams. How if there's no heat in the tire, obviously we know that there's tire sauce. But is it the tire sauce that softens the foam? Is that what wears out over the 5 minutes, and then for the final 2 to 3 minutes you're just kind of skating around?
Pretty much, yeah. It permeates into the tyre. It sinks into the tyre. And that's one of the tuning options, is sort of how long you soak the tyre for, so how long you let the tyre soak into the foam for. It's not quite that simple, because different types of foams respond. Some are more absorbent than others. If you imagine different types of a sponge, then additive will work with them and behave differently with them. But it is a weird feeling. It's normally like flicking a switch. There's grip there one lap, and then the next lap you just arrive at a corner, turn in, and the car just swaps ends.
Right. Okay.
And
that's why we see a lot of that happening at the towards the end of the run for even some of the good drivers.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah.
They've got traction, and then a lap later they haven't. It's there, and it's then it's suddenly not. It's not a progressive breakaway and a progressive slide. It is literally like flicking a switch. That the traction suddenly runs out. So because we're timed over 8 minutes later on, perhaps being a tenth slower over the first couple of minutes, if you're a tenth a lap slower over the first 4 minutes, but you're half a second faster over the last 4, because you're not losing the back of the car. You've got that traction, you've got that drive, because that's the other thing. If the car's sideways going into the corner, as you come off the corner, you're also lacking that forward drive, which can cost you quite a lot of time.
Yeah.
Sam Brooks asking, is there a control additive? Yes, Sam, there is a control additive. It's Spider Blue is the control additive. So there's a sourcing table or a sourcing section that drivers take their cars into, and that is over to the right-hand side of the driver's rostrum. As you can see on screen, don't forget to subscribe if you're watching us on YouTube.
Or follow if you're watching us on Facebook.
Absolutely.
So obviously, a few seconds ago, we saw the drivers that are in this control practice heat, and you can see their last names up in the top right, along with the time that's shown there is the fastest 3 laps that they consecutive laps that they have accomplished.
Yep.
So
will shake itself out into some sort of order.
Yeah.
Over the next 20 seconds or so. You can see Dan Bancroft currently quickest over 2 laps from Mark Payne, from Andy Thompson.
And of course, the rear tires are basically, there's no camber at all on the rear tires because it is a solid axle, so just straight across, just equal thickness.
If you have camber on your rear tyres, then
there's something very wrong.
So something is very, very wrong. Then
and also the further question is, how does that actually happen? Because your wheel will, or your axle will have bent.
Well,
somehow.
I mean, I suppose technically you can cut camber into the tyre by truing at an angle.
I mean, would that actually do anything? I mean, you kind of lose traction in the straight. You'd have very little traction in the straight, I'd imagine, but in the corners, would it actually do anything?
I think it would be a function of how soft the tyre was, how much of an angle it was, and how much it deflected.
That would be the sidewall flex that you wouldn't really, I don't know, that'd be an interesting experiment, but I don't think it would do anything.
Yes, I think it would be it would mess with your head, and it's a further complication that I'm pretty sure, looking at how much the drivers are currently scratching their heads in the pits, if we were to suggest that and introduce that further variable to them, we would be invited to go forth and multiply by many of the drivers.
Long walk off a short pier.
Absolutely.
Well, if you're used to a nitro on-road with foams, you'll see a lot of the tires will have coned rear tires, and it's not something you will have in this class. But the front tires, you do have camber and caster and toe and all that stuff. But for the rears, it's literally zero toe, straight across tires. Just even wear, or you should have even wear. Something very wrong again happening if you're having uneven wear on the back.
Yeah, I mean, you do, like we said, the outside rear, you do tend to get a little bit more wear on that. Not much, but an extra 0.15
Would you maybe swap those every run? Or, like swap sides every run if it's just minimal wear and it's not
certainly for club racing, yes, you'd rotate them across the car. Here, I would imagine that they're probably visiting the Trua after each run to clean them up.
Right, okay.
So that you're starting sort of fresh each time.
Which car should we be following here? So just
Let's
to give Ben a target.
We have got Dan Bancroft is the quickest car currently, so he'll be one of the all-white coloured car. He is just heading round. Let's have a look.
We should also maybe name the section of the track. So it's
It kind of happens, we're lapping that quickly, I think.
Yeah. I mean, well, there's the far end, the twiddly bits where our remote cam is.
Yep.
We do switch to that every now and then. And then obviously the beginning and end is straight. And then I suppose the center carousel or something like that we could call it.
Yep, okay.
The big white bit, I mean, you know, where it says Paradise RC Arena.
Yep, that's the name of the track. So just see Dan and Mark Payne having a bit of a coming together. Let's run with the white and green car. There's a few white and green cars out there, but pretty sure that is the car of Mark Payne that we're running with. We'll just confirm as it comes past. Yes, it is. The
So what are we hoping to see from some of the more advanced, the quicker racers in these categories?
I think.
I mean, what do you think we'll see in this second of the? This is the third time they've been on track, basically.
Fourth time.
Fourth time, yes.
Fourth time they've been out on track.
And they're just shooting for 3 consecutive fast laps, but they're still planning to do 8 minutes, a solid 8 minutes once the qualifying starts. So what are they kind of? Is it all about setup and or mental attitude, trying to go for 3 minutes or 3 laps versus 8 minutes, or are they starting to plan for the 8 minutes? And
I think you always plan for the 8 minutes. Ultimately, if you're quick, you're quick. But I think the being quick over 8 minutes is obviously harder than being quick over 3 laps. So I think the main aim is to get yourself somewhere in the top heat for the quick guys. What they'll be looking for.
The top qualifying group.
Yes.
Yeah.
The top group, and know that you're actually sort of fighting with people. David Spashit saying, in this era of racing, you just send it full punch. Yeah, but much back in David's day when everything was in sort of black and white and like sepia, then yeah, it was a very different kind of driving. It was all about sort of conservation of battery power. I think David famously, when he won the '98 Worlds, finished his run in 12 scale and then did a couple more laps full board just to rub it in as everybody else dumped. So yeah, that's
David, of course, running on what, 800 Panasonics? Probably not. No, obviously
they
joking,
would have been
1700s,
1700s and 2000s. I think would have just been coming in.
Black packs, SCRCs.
Oh yeah, yes. Well, with the rainbow coloured, coloured gold on the cell. Yeah, 1700 SCRCs. That would have been pretty good. With just less than 1 minute left. Just coming in towards the end of this run, Dan Bancroft leading from Andy Thompson, Nigel Bowen, Alex Saiter, Mark Payne, Francesco Salva, Marco Pansera, Gianluca Lino. Not seeing Torsten Muller out there on track. So 15 seconds left. Can really see now off the end of the main straight, cars being backed in. Building towards the top end.
Yeah, we don't cover RC drifting, but sometimes we do.
Inadvertently, I think we're going to be seeing a little bit of that this weekend. I think that's going to be the story of it. It's going to be people who look quick over 3 laps and then I suspect it will look a little bit different over an 8-minute run. I think there'll be some different names maybe near the top of qualifying. I think Jan Rathajski looking pretty strong. But there we go, Dan Bancroft, 35.1. Alex Saiter second, 35.5, yeah. So like 3.5 tenths down. Nigel W. I raced with 1400 and 1700s and was stoked when Sanyo released the black 2000s. Game changer. Yeah, absolutely.
Then after that, what was it? It was the GP, the era of the GP batteries, wasn't it?
Well, yeah,
for a little while.
We had the Sanyo 2.4s as well. And then we went to like the Panasonic.
And then there were 27s and 28s.
No, yeah, we had the Panasonic sort of 3000s.
Yeah. And
then we had then it was the GP cells, and then the sort of the Intellect cells when you had to. That'll bring most racers from the sort of mid-2000s out in a cold sweat. They're having to, on a Wednesday night between racing, sort of midweek, having to equalise your cells and look after them. And yeah, that was not a lot of fun.
I remember when I tried to solder up my first bulb discharger and basically dead shorted a fully charged pack. I was like, oh, what's this hissing noise?
Yeah.
Oh, great.
So yes, they took some tickling, they took some looking after. But, heat number 4 now running. We had some very quick guys in this actually, that are right up at the pointy end of the stock class over 3 laps. So Finley Whitelock, he is one of the orange-coloured cars. There's 2 quick orange-coloured cars in this heat. Finley is the brighter of the 2. He is just off the end of the main straight now. Let's see if we can pick him up. There we go. So he's closing in on the rear of Jody Sherratt as he pops a little bit of curb, coming out onto main straight, navigates his way past Jody. Stefan Schultz also pretty fast. And the other orange car that we were following a little bit earlier was Simon Lauter, the current stock European champion for touring car, title that he won last year in Germany. But Simon, not his usual class, 112 scale, but and looks like he's struggling a little bit further down the field at the moment, but expect to see him launch his way up there. He's learning his way around. Was having a bit of a chat with him at lunchtime. Sort of he's trying to gain an understanding of the car and the class and what stuff does, how stuff changes, how things affect it. Finley Whitelock, meanwhile, going pretty quick out at the front, and yep, Simon Lauter has jumped up into second place. Finley actually really quick, 33.151. Bear in mind, Ollie Payne, I think, was quickest with, he was like a 33 flat over 3 laps. So, yeah, 33.022. So really, really quick there from Finley Whitelock. With to 33.002. So this is actually now the fastest 3-lap run that we have seen. Simon Lauter up into second with a 33.3. So he's about a tenth off of what Finley's doing. So really, really good run here with Finley. But you can already see the back of the car just stepped out there off the end of the main straight. And that's what we were saying. It's all right having that pace at the start of the run, but let's just see what it does. It's better that time. He didn't unsettle the car too much over the bumps.
He made a big gap on that the white green car as well.
Simon has now hit the front with a 32.7. So let's see if we can find Simon's car. Simon is the other orange car. He's, I think, 2 cars back from Finley. There we go. Got him out on the screen. So 32.764 from Simon Lauter, proving the adage, if you're quick, you are quick. Let's just have a look at how his car looks looks really good, really nice down the main straight. Turns in. He's got a bit of a different line, actually, off the end of the main straight compared to a lot of them. He's staying quite wide and then turning in quite late and giving himself a straighter line through the chicane there. A little bit much curb there. That's going to be a slow, sort of scruffy lap. But Simon, the only driver under 33 seconds over 3 laps, and quite a long way under. It's a 32.764, so nearly quarter of a second under over 3 laps. Just closing in on the rear of Finley Whitelock. Some other traffic. I think that's Stuart Cartwright getting out of the way. It is. So Stuart just getting out of the way. So these 2 cars we can see on screen, the 2 orange cars, the class of the field. Slightly slow start from Simon, but really getting the hammer down now. Best single lap time, a 10.748, 10.925 for Finley. None of the other drivers have got under 11 seconds. 11.182, the next quickest lap.
So we're well into the past the halfway point of the heat.
We are, yes. Simon maybe with a bit of an advantage because he started out a little bit later on some of this pace, but he is now stretching away. I mean, he's pulled a massive gap now over Finley Whitelock. So Simon looking in a pretty decent position. Certainly over an 8-minute run. His time's sort of getting quicker and quicker. He's on a 42.801 at the moment as a predicted time.
So what does it take? Obviously Simon and Stefan Schultz as well. They're both pretty accomplished, very fast touring car and fronty racers. Well, I know Stefan is. I'm not sure about Simon for fronty.
Yes,
but
I mean, well,
what does it take to go from touring car to trying 12 scale? What's the differences that someone might encounter?
It's a difficult one. I think if you're fast, you're fast. It's more the technical knowledge, the understanding of being able to put down a good car that comes with time and experience of a class. I think Simon's he's had quite a lot of support from.
Yeah, well, he sat next to a world champion for one thing.
he sat next to a couple of world champions.
Yeah. He's got Mark on one side and Max on the other, probably.
Yeah, kind of. So yeah, he's got a lot of support and had quite a lot of assistance from the rest of the team in terms of getting the car sort of built and sorted. So the actual driving part of it is a fairly minor part. There's other stuff.
Well, there's no things to get used to, I suppose, is what I'm looking for. Like there's no braking really.
There's not really any braking to do.
The spool on these is on the rear end, and in four-wheel drive touring car, the spool's on the front end. So
yes.
You can brake as hard as you want.
Yeah, I mean, you tend not to brake anyway too much with 1/12, just to, again, maintain the corner speed. Other than that, the other thing that might be playing to his advantage is probably keeping it quite simple. He'll have turned up with one type of tyre, just to know sort of what he's doing, really. He's not having to experiment or anything like that. That's kind of being left to other people.
Yeah, that's true. You just go like, hey, Mark, what are you running?
Yeah, pretty much. And
always helps.
Yeah, he knows exactly what to do, just throws it down there and drives it.
Okay, that's his run finished.
It is, yeah.
Yeah, not a problem for him. It's just it's finished.
Yeah, just finished off the run and done a 42-lap run over 8 minutes. So pretty quick and a 32.7. So let's see what the top heat does. That's just coming up now. So let's see what they manage.
Yeah. Yeah, we do have a question in the chat. You can feel free to pop a question in the chat. So thank you very much to MD. I'm not sure if that's a Chinese character or a wingding emoji or whatever, but asking Team X-Ray. So I'm not asking. I'm not sure if you're asking if Simon, who we were talking about for some time there, is he on Team X-Ray? But in case that was your question, he's not. He's running an Automatics. But if you're asking how is Team X-Ray doing or something like that, well, Hagberg is. I think he finished second or top 3 in the first round.
Yeah, and of course
over 3 laps.
Jan Rathajski also looking very quick.
Rathajski is very quick and running 2 classes as well, so it's quite interesting there.
He is. So yep, Jan soon be out on track. So going to have Ollie Payne, Lewis Parker, Jan Rathajski, Christian Donath, Morgan Williams, Max Mackler, Mark Stiles, and Michael Bolt. So very sort of British and German, this heat.
Is this pretty much, is it half Automatics, half X-Ray roughly, that lineup?
No, there's, what have we got? We've got two Schumacher.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Sorry, 3 Schumacher. We've got 4 Automatics and an X-Ray.
Okay.
So in this heat.
Of course, Schumacher is one of our sponsors, so thank you very much to them and the rest of our sponsors for providing this coverage to you guys.
So cars heading off, managing to negotiate their way out. And that's a good bit of parking from Lewis Parker.
Wow.
Coming out onto the main straight. He managed to...
Off the track and on the barrier, or hoarding.
Down the side of the barrier. So we're running with the car of Ollie Payne at the moment. Let's stick with him for a couple of laps. Again, Ollie looking supremely fast over 3 laps. Maybe a bit more of a struggle towards the 8-minute mark. Remember, we had Simon Lauter did a 42 in 2. Ollie currently predicting a 44 in 10, but let's see what that actually turns itself into by the end of the run.
Now, Orlowski isn't actually defending his Spec Euros title, is he?
He isn't, no. He is focusing just on modified for this weekend. Obviously, he won the title a couple of years ago, lost it last year to Alex Hagberg.
Won the mod title.
He won the mod title, yes, a couple of years ago. Lost that to Alex Hagberg last year. So Alex looking to defend his title, start that run of titles going again. Had 7 in a row previously. So always there, always consistent, always brings home the results. Ollie starting to get a little bit squirrely, coming out onto the straight. Morgan Williams up into second. Mark Stiles now third over 3 laps. So 32.7 for Ollie. That's very, very slightly quicker than Simon Lauter was, but that's the only driver sub. Well, in fact, Lewis Parker's just gone 33.1, but Ollie, the only driver going in this heat, going anywhere near the pace of Simon and pretty much matching Simon's pace. They've just passed Max Mackler. Let's move back a car, actually, and watch Max. Max, the world champion, of course, won the title in Florida. So Max made the B final last year at the Euros. Will be looking to do a little bit better this year. See what he can manage. Having a few difficulties earlier on was Max with sort of issues with braking wheels more than anything. But Max doing pretty nicely out there.
So
somewhere in the mix.
Are we expecting the groove? I suppose. Will there a groove? Will a groove appear where any? I mean, there's rubber or traction compound or anything like that. It'll be cleaner on the racing line.
Yes, it will go down, and a line will build, and you'll have traction. This wasn't a fresh carpet for this weekend, so there'll be patches on the circuit where there is grip, there is traction. Let's pick up the car of Lewis Parker running in second position. He is the yellow front, white centre, pink rear. He's just heading round now. We've got him on screen. There we go as we come out onto the main straight. But let's have a look at Lewis's car. Currently doing pretty much what he needs to. Lewis, his best lap, a 10.961. So again, not really approaching the pace of Simon from earlier. Jan Ratajski's just gone sub 11. He's got a 10.98. Morgan Williams 10.981. Mark Stiles 11.049. In fact, Christian Donath now has just jumped up with a 10.947. So let's see if we can find Jan out there. He is one of the all-white coloured cars. Just coming out onto the main straight now. He's the last of the two white cars. There we go, on the main straight. So he's closing in on the back of, looks like Morgan Williams. Morgan jumps out of his way quite nicely. So we're pretty much at the 5-minute mark. 3 minutes of the run remaining. So this is the point where we're expecting to start seeing people dropping off. Ollie still predicting a 44.807. So quite a way down the road from next person, who would be Jan Ratajski with a 43.80, pretty much an 805. So that's going to be, Ollie's going to be, at this pace, if he can keep this up for 8 minutes, he'll be laughing, because that will be the best part of a lap down the road. Ollie's car actually one car back. Let's see if we've got him, the white and red coloured car. Let's pick him up as we go down the main straight. So with 2 minutes left, Ollie Payne 32.695 now. So the only driver gone sub 32.7 over 3 laps. Looks like he's starting to have the rear of the car hooked up a bit further into the run.
And these are sorts of incremental improvements that we'll be seeing on most of the drivers' cars.
I think so, yes.
Especially as the qualifying goes on.
Yeah, absolutely. So he'd probably rather not have Jan quite so close to him, just in case the rear lets go. You can kind of tell watching the body language of the car. It just looks a little bit tight now that Jan's let him through, and he's not streaking away from him. Ollie looks like he's just tightened up a little bit, and he's just a little bit wary of.
He's got another car in front as well.
Yeah, that's Michael Bolt, the pair of them are catching. Just have a look. What have we got? We're into the final minute now. And you can see coming out onto the straight there, the extra drive forward that Ollie has. That's not horsepower. That's just having that little bit of extra traction and drive forwards. But yeah, really good run coming together from Ollie here. Just catching up Lewis Parker, who is the second place driver. So what do we have? 44 in very slight drop off in pace at the end there, but a 44 lap run from Ollie. 44.809. Next up would have been Jan Rathajski with a 43.806. So Ollie is, what is he? He's like 7 seconds down the road. So it's a good run there from Ollie. It's looking quite promising. No. So that is the end of the seeding practice for stock. Going to have a couple of heats of the LC racing class. Let's just have a bit of a refresh of what the practice order looks like. So quickest, we've got Ollie Payne from Simon Lauter from the previous heat, Lewis Parker, Finley Whitelock from the previous heat as well, Jan Rathajski, Morgan Williams, Christian Donath, Mark Stiles, Max Mackler, Stefan Schultz, Andreas Brinn. Some good results from a bunch of guys there. So looking pretty decent. Just watching these LC racing cars out on circuit. Alex Watt saying Simon's Automatics looks really fast. Yep, absolutely. Car looking really good. I think there'll be a few more of the more experienced 112 drivers probably having a good look over his car in the pits and trying to establish quite what's different about it. Why it's quite that fast. This the LC racing class. Got a couple of heats of that running. So a support class for the EFRA European Championships held here at Messina.
So James, what do we think the drivers have changed and improved and learned on their cars to go quicker in that second control practice round?
I think mainly they haven't made a step change. They'll be familiar with the track now because they've driven that sort of many times. They're just getting used to how to drive it, to look after the rear tyres. There'll be the traction will be building, so they'll have made it better. They'll be, discussing with other people running the same car, what they're doing, what they're changing. Basically, it's a big thing, sort of working as part of a team and everybody putting information into the melting pot. It's not always. Sometimes a bit of information can. It's that last bit of a puzzle sometimes. Even if someone does something wrong, it can be the thing that makes you put that last piece of the puzzle in and go, oh look, it's a horse.
Yeah. Oh, it's a 1,000-piece puzzle of the Grand Canyon.
Yes.
Oh. We've only just now realized that, but by when we put in the last piece.
Yes. Yeah. And sometimes it can be that one bit that looks like nothing, that looks like just a piece of blue sky or something that just completes the picture. And, just makes it look like it gives the whole picture and something will suddenly make sense.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's the advantage of having, when you're looking for a racing car or a new racing class to join, like, say you move to a new area and the local club only runs a class that you're not familiar with, you probably are best off buying, well, one, a brand that you can get spares for, but a brand that other people run, so you have a setup to kind of borrow from, or at least as a starting point.
Yeah, absolutely.
So, and that's at the other end of that, at the sharp end, is an event like this where you can go, hey, Alex Hagberg, I run an X-ray. What kind of settings do you suggest I try if this is happening? Or if you go to Max or Mark for automatics and you say, well, I see you're running a completely different car from mine now. But anyway,
well,
you know what I mean.
or
Schumacher, who's again one of our event sponsors. Thank you very much, Schumacher Racing. You can go to.
What,
Andy
you
Murray,
think they'll be going to automatics and asking for setup? Well,
no.
I mean, that might be
if you have a Schumacher. I mean, if you have a Schumacher.
I couldn't possibly comment on what front end parts they may be running on their car, but let's leave that at let's leave it at that one.
But no, I mean, like we were saying, talk about the pool of knowledge that's available. You can obviously there's the three teams that are represented here. Pretty much, because sort of in the back of my mind, because David Spachet from Zen Racing,
yes.
He used to run Trinity way back then, but at that time it was Trinity and Associated, and then like variations of Associated, wasn't it? So it was with Yokomo and I think Kawada and
yes.
like all these other smaller brands.
Yeah, I mean, there's a few. Obviously, that David has been very heavily involved in the Destiny car. There's a few of those.
Yeah, there's a few of those shirts around
out there. That's really strong car. He also brings in the Roche car. There's a few of those kicking around in the pits as well. But yeah, I think predominantly you see in sort of Schumacher, Automatics, X-Ray are the three sort of main cars. They're all quite different in terms of their concept as well.
Yeah, I mean that's kind of the really I suppose where I was kind of leading things, because they're so different. They're so different to cars. I mean, obviously 20 years ago is 20 years ago, but anything will change. But at the really sharp end of RC car development is just insane. Like they've gone, obviously there's the power supplies, like the batteries are all different now, and you don't have individual cells like we were talking about earlier. You have a 1S battery, which has been around for a while, I suppose, like close to 10, 15 years.
Yeah, I mean, really it was like 2011, 2012.
Yeah, and that led to the demise of the T-plate, basically, and
pretty much
the rise of the link the linked rear pod.
Yeah, although actually the Automatics, it kind of works in the same way as a T-bar car. It's more like a U rather than a T. It's inverted, but it's in terms of how it works, it is more like a T-bar or a T-plate car that you would normally recognise as that style of car. The X-Ray is probably the most conventional in terms of a 12th scale car, and if you asked someone, an experienced racer from 10, 15 years ago,
I was just
to draw a
thinking
12th scale, then the X-Ray would be probably what the nearest kind of thing to what they come up with, and then you've got the Schumacher sort of somewhere in between the two. And everything's got its own strengths and weaknesses, really. The Automatics has an inline battery layout compared to a transverse battery. Maybe not so good in low grip. You haven't got weight to transfer around. But then as the grip comes up and the grip builds, it just gets better and better and better. Carries more corner speeds, it's flatter.
Right, yeah.
So
lower polar moment of inertia.
Indeed.
So I know the term. I wouldn't be able to define it. Oh, well, it's basically like...
Well, I think you just have defined it.
Yeah. Well, I mean, like the classic example is the ballerina. spinning faster or no, the ice skater,
Yes.
ice dancer is spinning faster as they bring their arms in.
Yes. I hope they're not spinning that fast. if they're,
or the car. The car would be just an absolute handful to drive if it was spinning around that fast.
But yes, it does change direction quicker in the typically in chicanes and sort of second change of direction, and that's something we saw. I think super high grip at the Worlds in Florida. Then that sort of inline chassis layout confer an advantage.
Do you expect the grip levels here to get that high, or are the racers expecting anything like that?
I don't think they'll get that high, no. Not with the kind of tyres that are in use with an open tyre. The Worlds was a controlled tyre, and it was like a natural rubber tyre.
Okay.
Whereas these are kind of more like a synthetic
Those
foam.
were Japan foam something?
No, at the Worlds they were.
Oh, I'm thinking of 2022 Worlds, I think.
The 2020 Worlds, they were JFT.
Yes.
They were a similar kind of compound. They were effectively pink and magenta, but these were the Jayco pink rear, Jayco magenta front.
Right,
So 30 shore rear, 32 shore front, which was very much what we had at the 2020 Worlds in Milton Keynes. Different wheel, but same kind of foam. And that natural foam, it does lay down an awful lot of traction, and you end up with like a black line coming up and appearing on the track.
Right, okay.
It's just not something. This kind of tyre, this sort of series of tyre, so it will be like mainly contact T foam. It will be Ulti XM that people are running. I would imagine the the Hot Race Red Dot. You'd be seeing the Mob Gums Red Dot.
Red Dot, right?
Red Dot.
I know there's some random brand names out there.
that you'd run. The Mob Gums, I think that they'll probably be on like the silver / platinum that they call it. That would be the kind of type of tyre that you'd use, and it's a bit of a strange thing. They kind of smother the car in grip. Almost, you can't feel as much what the car is doing. It doesn't move around underneath you. You don't get the kind of feedback from it of what the car's doing to the same sort of level. But that's kind of what you'd be looking at, where you'd end up with out on the track. But looking at who is quick at the moment, Mikhail Milanovic. Still fairly good. Wasn't expecting to race this weekend. Just rocked up and got given a car to race. Here as tech support for Hobbywing, along with Sultan.
Hobbywing, of course, one of our event sponsors, as you can see on the bottom of the screen there. So thank you again to Hobbywing. Of course, just as a reminder, while we're on this little break, you are watching the EFRA 1/12 scale electric pan car European Championships live from Messina in the northeast corner of Sicily in Italy, and brought to you by ToniSport, our title sponsor. All other sponsors are Schumacher Racing Tires, Lens Bodies. Nicola Moroni are here. There's a large Schumacher team here, of course. Zen Racing, as we were saying, there are several drivers here sponsored or supported by Zen, and RCXX Shop. Also, Montec is one of our sponsors, and as we said, Sultan and Mikhail, who's actually out on track right now from Hobbywing. They are all our event sponsors, so be sure and check them out. And if you do talk with them on social media, let them know that RC Racing TV sent you.
Yeah, absolutely. Just
hoping to have a little chat with one or more of these sponsors. We've got Andy from Schumacher, possibly, if he's not too busy. Nicola from Lens Bodies, and either Sultan or Mikhail from Hobbywing. they're all here physically, but whether they have the time between helping all their various drivers, I'm sure. I do wonder if Nicola is going to be changing any tires for Hagberg during his his mod run.
Well, I mean, Nicola's out next, and Alex was last time that round. Alex was changing tyres for him.
Well,
so,
and in the open practice as well. At least the second run.
So Tony Reinhardt saying Mark can talk for us. I'm not sure Mark wants to talk to anybody at the moment, Tony, but no, Mark is Mark is the pace is starting to come together. It's starting to build for Mark.
I'm sure we'll be featuring him on the following him, more and more as the weekend goes on as well.
Yeah, for any sort of regular Mark Reinhardt followers, the chicken wing's not quite in attendance yet, but it's starting to the arm's starting to lift, just a little bit. So it's coming. It's building. Mark's getting faster.
But so we know you're kidding, Tony. But and once again, in all seriousness, actually, thank you very much for being our title sponsor for the weekend. So here all 3 days live. Today was we were expecting to be on air initially from 8 a.m. for the start of free practice, but we thought we'd just finalize and fine-tune some things, fettle and niggle and all that stuff, all those fun British words.
Finangle.
But we'll our coverage starts at 8 a.m. tomorrow and finishes about, I think it's either 7 or 8. I think it's 7 p.m. tomorrow, and then roughly the same amount of time Sunday.
I think maybe slightly later on Sunday. We won't cover the practice finals, and then we'll do the mains.
Yeah.
To give everybody a decent run throughout the day and a decent run of coverage. We can make sure that everything's all in position. But just coming towards the end of the practice session and the last group running, or the last class running. So we've got the modified class, which is 6.5 turn Blinky.
So I think we have 4 heats of these?
3 heats of these.
3, okay.
3 heats of these. So
Bossa has popped into the chat. Say thank you very much, Bossa, Mr.
Alex Hagberg's dad.
Alex Hagberg's dad, yeah. He was sat in front of me for most of the ETS weekend a few weeks back. Just watching everybody's car.
Just waiting for everybody to be released onto the circuit.
Yeah, it looks like we actually have some good number of marshals out here. I had a quiet word with Chris about the lack of marshals in the first control practice run. So now we have, it looks like they split up the drivers from the first race of the LC class. Yes. They've moved some of them to.
Yeah, because otherwise we would have had 7 or 8 drivers marshalling 2 or 3.
Yeah,
it would have been fairly tight. So Alessandro Brunelli, Marcus Andreasen, Nicola Moroni, Alexander Anderson, Lucas Larson, Marco Meguni, Alessandro Bianchi, Marco Mazzini, and Marcello Galli are drivers for this one.
It's just a warm-up run. There's all the names and countries for you.
Indeed.
Few
Italians and
Swedes and Italians.
So Sweden always a big supporter of the 1/12 Euros.
Yeah, they must get loads of 12 scale racing in the winter.
Yeah, I mean, there's it's always quite funny, to see the countries that support it. We've got a lot of Germans, a lot of Brits here, so strong teams from a lot of the northern European countries, I think.
The colder and wetter countries.
Yes, basically. Where if we want to race, it's indoors, so we don't get wet.
So boss is saying, "I miss you all." Well, showing us the love.
Yes.
Thank you very much. So I'm sure we'll be featuring Alex quite a bit again, just like Mark, quite a bit more as the weekend rolls on.
Yeah, Alex, expected to see him somewhere in the mix over the course of the weekend. Did much the same at the Worlds, really. He was kind of quite quiet all weekend and popped up on the podium. At the end of it, it was didn't really register on anybody's radar.
He's generally pretty quiet anyway.
He is, yes. He's
not
normally
very
fairly
shouty.
quiet. Although, having said that, he's lurking under the rostrum,
yes,
looking up.
I see a pair of tires in his hand.
So, kind of expecting to see maybe Nicola's car. Let's have a look at Nicola's car, the all-white coloured car on the main straight now. No, in fact, it's the second of the two white cars. But let's move back. There we go.
Alex is very studiously watching it. See, it's probably. Do you think he's more analytical in his data gathering than you are, James?
I don't know. That's up for debate. I've been having a debrief with a few of the guys in the automatics pits and just trying to impart what you can see and what you can gather. I will say Alex can do the driving part of this better than I can. That's pretty much a given. Again, the number of people I used to be able to run with, used to be able to beat, is getting. The list has turned into a scroll. It's long and distinguished. But
there we go. We got a tire change happening again. So now it's pretty involved. That's the front. So there's a nut, or is it a screw?
It's a nut on the X-ray car.
And then there's 3 screws each on the back tire?
I mean, looking at that, he's just changing the front wheel. So you have bearings pressed into front wheels, but he's obviously already had the bearings pressed into them.
Oh, he is doing the back as well.
He is doing the rear. So having done the front swap, so 3 screws each side on the rear. Hands a bit of a blur.
The marshal needs to pay attention. You got a car stuck in front of you there. Sorry, you can't see that on screen. I'm just like shouting at nothing, but old man shouting at clouds.
So
but,
old man yells at cloud.
Oh, the car's dead anyway. So luckily for that young chap there.
That was car 7, Marcello Galli. So one more tyre, Alex. No pressure. No one's watching. Live stream of a tyre change.
May I suggest a Hitachi cordless screwdriver?
Other brands are available. I believe actually they're branded Hikoki now.
Really?
Yes.
What?
I believe.
I'm going to keep it old school and not sell my Hitachi and buy a Hikoki.
Also notice actually on the bottom of the car there, whilst Alex has got up on its side, Teflon tape. If you're wondering sort of what that slight light coloured section is, that's a bit of a tactic that's come from the States to, if the car touches down on the carpet, it just helps to stop it dragging.
Yeah.
It's like low friction.
I suppose it helps with if it is the track is extremely bumpy, you just slide over it.
Yeah.
It's a bit like chassis tape on the bottom of tent buggies and stuff like that.
Yeah. Absolutely. Simone saying Chume tyres. Yep, bit of a tyre change going on for Nicola. Alex having sent him out. Let's just watch his car and see what it looks like on fresh tyres.
Now, do you think he would actually use fresh tyres, or would he have used maybe a different compound? Or
there'll be a different compound. They won't just be changing tyres for the sake of it. It'll be a different compound. It's kind of a way to... it's a valid way to get an extra, some extra information. If there's not a huge number of people on that kind of tyre that you're on.
Wonder how many races are using the Nicola's Hot Race brand.
Well, they may not be. What is glued onto the wheel might not be what is commercially available. They might be new prototypes under development. One of the things about this class is it's quite difficult to have consistent traction levels to develop stuff all the time. Sometimes you just need like more and more traction to actually feel sort of what the car's doing. But let's see who is looking quick out there. The 6 car of Marcus Andreasen. Let's see if we can spot the 6 car. Spotted everything but the 6. Let's pick up the 5. That's the white and pink coloured car. That's Alexander Anderson. He's on the main straight now, off the end of the main straight. There we go, and going completely sideways. So commentator's curse, just as we managed to get hold of him. Nicola Moroni running second in the heat. We were running with him earlier as we went through some tyre changes. We've got just over 1 minute left. In fact, looks like the reason we couldn't see the 6 car is because he's actually not out there on track. Yeah, he's the all-orange coloured car, so we've got him. Let's pick him up as he comes down the main straight. Just under 30 seconds left of this run remaining. Managed to put it on his roof coming onto the main straight. Super easy to do, a little bit too much curb. So timing completed. Marcus Andreasen taking that one then. So welcome to you if you are just joining us here for our coverage on a Friday afternoon of the EFRA 1/12 European Championships. This is the penultimate heat of modified controlled practice. So a reseed after this one. Our event coverage here on RC Racing TV brought to you in conjunction with ToniSport, Schumacher, Lens Bodies, Zen Racing, RCXX Shop, Montec and Hobbywing. Cars released out onto the circuit. Alessio Mazzio looking pretty quick, certainly over 3 laps. Kevin Hebert joining us as well.
Hi, Kevin. Thank you very much for the compliment. We're glad for all of our chat participants and for all of you watching. was just going to say, I'm going to, okay, see where Nicola's going to Marshall, see if I can get a cheeky word to see what they're trying to discern or accomplish with the tire changes.
So countdown just going. You might wonder why you're seeing some heats stop at the line and some just sort of
some
continue
stop
circulating.
behind the line, some stop ahead of the line, and
it doesn't really matter for control practice because
no.
your time only starts when you cross the loop. So some people kind of, I think that the top guys have already got an eye on 8 minutes and are kind of stacking themselves in the right place so they know where they are every time. Other guys that are just looking to get in 3 laps are just finding some space on the track and wanting to just get out there and do the time. They don't really mind, where they are when the clock starts. So that's why you're seeing 2 different things. Again, personally, I'd probably be loitering somewhere around the line and cross the loop at about the right time.
Yeah.
But it is an individual thing.
I've seen Nicola standing kind of on his own. He's must have gotten someone else to marshal for him, or they have enough marshals out there. So I'm going to go see if I can drag some information out of him.
Okay. Let's see who is looking quick at the moment. Car 8, Rene Yarn. Let's see if we can spot him. I think he is the minty green front, white rear car that is just pitched it sideways. He's out onto the main straight now. Let's just confirm that is the 8 car. It is the 8 car, I believe, of Rene Yarn. See, in off the end of the main straight, a little bit hesitant. Where are we? We've got like 1.5 minutes into the run. Not wanting to take too much out of the rear tyres at this stage. Certainly in this 6.5 turn class, rear tyre life, a real struggle. You can quite easily nail out 3 laps at the start, but your aim is to hang on to the tyres by the 8-minute mark, so you don't want to lean on them too hard at this stage. Who else is looking fast? We've got Rosario Giamo. He is the all-white coloured car on the main straight now. Let's see if we can pick him up. He's got some sort of fluoro orange flicks on the inside of the like wing end fences. Just have a look at him. Again, car pitching, diving around as he follows in, sort of off the end of the main straight, negotiates his way past. I think that's Stu Cartwright that's just let him go. Car ducking and diving. Now the second place car, actually, because Alessio Mazzio has made his way to the front. Alessio's local track. It's not his normal class, but Alessio with the number 1 car. Let's just see if we can spot him. I think he's running his race paint. He is. It's the white front, blue centre, orange rear. So this is Alessio Mazzio. Good progress, very proficient nitro racer. Local track here in Sicily. So just Alessio discovering that this is a really nice winter class to race when it's too wet to race outdoors. Really good good way to keep your thumbs in, keep your thumbs active. Just get yourself out there and racing. Sort of closest thing to 1/8 on-road racing that you're likely to find. So like 0.3 faster over 3 laps compared to anyone else so far. 31.5 over 3 laps compared to a 31.8. It's looking good, looking pretty decent. Again, finds his way past some traffic. Rear of the car now, as we're just past the 4-minute mark, starting to look a little bit loose. He's looking a little bit hesitant to turn in, to crank the back of the car in. Certainly off the end of the main straight, it's looking a little bit squirrely. Let's have a look one more time. You can see there a bit of over rotation. Just about manages to hang on to it, but that's going to be... you'd want the car to be a bit more planted at this stage of the run. If it's like that with 30 seconds to go, you can kind of hang on to it. But 4 minutes in is a little bit on the early side for the rear of the car to be letting go like that. Let's see who else is out on the track at the moment. Martin Huddy with the 3 car. Let's see if we can find Martin. He is the all-white coloured car. He's lapping in splendid solitude. Just about coming out onto the main straight now. So this is Martin Huddy's car. Again, that discussion we were having earlier about the sort of one of the more conventional cars on the market. But looking good, looking smooth. Will have done a lot of laps at the Huddy Arena. Will Martin, just keeping it circulating. Keeping it smooth, keeping it sensible. It's looking nice. That looks like a good 8-minute car. It's not too shabby over 3 laps. He's gone sub 32. He's 31.971. Not quite as quick as Alessio. See a couple of retirements up on the driver's rostrum. Looks like Christian Donath, Stu Cartwright, having both taken a bit of a step back. Let's see if we can find Alessio's car again, the number 5 car. White front, blue centre, orange rear, just coming out of the main straight now. Let's have a look and see how his car contrasts. You can see it's now actually struggling for forward drive. Car looking really, really difficult to get on the throttle. Bit of over rotation on the exit of the corner there. Alessio using his talents to hang on to it, though it's not going to be fast at this stage. This is just grit your teeth and hang on. That doesn't look pretty with 45 seconds left. Again, you might get away with that in qualifying. In a final, you really don't want a car quite as loose as that. So 20 seconds remaining. Alessio just hanging on to his car as best he can. Tries to tie itself in knots coming onto the main straight. Just brings it in. That's the penultimate heat of the modified class done. So last heat of practice coming up. We'll then have a bit of a break. We're going to be off air for a little bit of time whilst the resort takes place, and we'll have an opening ceremony going on as well. Cars being placed down on the circuit. Who are we going to have out here? It's like a veritable who's who of 1/12 scale. Ollie Payne, Alex Hagberg, Michalowski, Jan Rathajski, Mark Reinhard, Marcus Mobers, Rene Doctor, and Lewis Parker. something interesting going on. Just seen Michael Orlowski's car going down with white wheels on it, so suggests he's trying hot race. We'll see what the story is there. Ollie quickest so far in stock and modified so far. So let's see what he can do. He started. He is the white and red coloured car. See if we can pick him up. He's just coming out onto the main straight now. Chasing Alex Hagberg by the looks of it.